Peace. Greetings to you all. It's your brother Naheem, BKA Lord Abbott, aka Mr. Just the Facts. Share this out, family. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat so far. Shout out to the OG Arthur Ward with the donation. Said he's in the house. We are going to finish off our discussion that we had the other night that, it seemed to ruffle some feathers, right? So I personally want to start off with, I don't know if I can call it a disclaimer, but I still got love for Noble Drew Ali. I may not feel the same exact way as my brethren in Be the Power feel. We honor and respect those that came before us, that put in work so that we could even be at this point where we're at now. And I don't speak for everybody. I just speak for me. Everybody has their own, personal views. And, some people have been stung so bad by those inside this movement that, it has caused them to be on it the way that they're on it. So you can't necessarily be mad at anybody for that. It is what it is at the end of the day. So peace to everybody in the chat. I see everybody. Peace to the BTP mods. So we're gonna extend this conversation tonight, man. The conversation stemmed around the divine warning of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. There was some problematic issues that was in this document. And Brother Ali came on our last live stream and really broke it down. Brother Grimm came on and broke it down. And, of course, it's funny. A lot of the Moors, they start going at me, attacking me, saying I was an agent. So I was an agent when I was in the movement. Now that I'm outside the movement, I'm an agent. That sounds like cognitive dissonance to me. That's just what it sounds like to me. So I want to clarify and I want to bring people up to speed on my own position. I'm no longer a part of that movement, first and foremost. No longer a part of that movement. It was great for what it did, and what it did for me. I'm gonna be forever grateful for that. But we cannot, as a people, be so dogmatic that we can notice a thing and ignore it and still push on as if there's some truth in it when there isn't. And I'm not talking about the whole thing. I've written several scholastic treatises that have been, been published in books, et cetera, et cetera. Somebody named Devin Hester put agent alert. we're gonna highlight this stuff, right? Because this is what they say when they can't answer the question. It's a played out term. These guys make up fake YouTube names just to troll inside the chat. So when I was in the movement, I was an agent because I went at the fakamores that taught a bunch of Confederate nonsense, Confederate sympathizing nonsense, no driver's licenses. We're going to get into some of that tonight as well. As a quote unquote Temple Moor, the people that was like Devin Hester, whoever that really is in the chat, they were going at me because I was trying to pull people into the right movement. I was going at people like Taj Tariq Bey, et cetera, and all of those types because they're fakes and they're phonies, and they got people a lot of years in prison following behind that stuff, right? So, I guess, let me see. Let me Cato said I was ready for that origin of hip hop episode. We might do that tomorrow or Friday, brother Cato. We might actually do that tomorrow or Friday. Devin Hester said Taj is an agent too. So I guess I'm an agent now because I'm outside the temple. I don't know. I guess I'm an agent. So Issa said, Naheem, was your main issue the bureaucracy of the MSTA, or is it the doctrine of Noble Drew Ali? It definitely wasn't the doctrine of Noble Drew Ali. Like I said, I have several treatises that I've written. I'm cited in several books on as being a Moorish scholar, and that's etched in stone, right? In literary stone. That ain't ever going nowhere. Wherever you see that name, Sheikh Way L, talking about the Moors and Islam and the African American experience, that's me. That ain't going nowhere. And it's that portion of it is based on actual historical information that could be verified. What we're discussing is the divine warning of a nation. So, Brother Josh, I'm going to pull up some of these comments before the other brothers come on. Was there anything that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if anybody can answer the question. Like, I don't want.
Indeed.
No, let's put this out there before you give your opinion on what you think this brother is about. If he's an agent and he's that. You don't get to say anything.
Yeah.
We did a whole program damn near 5 hours. You don't get to put any of that crap out here until you answer the damn question. What did we do to cause Jim Crowism and those atrocities committed against us? You know, and an interesting thing, when I'm saying us, I'm talking about these people who call themselves Moors too. I'm talking because when people say you're an agent, what ends are you trying to get to? Well, we told you our ends. We trying to manifest reparations. We trying to get specific policies for our tribe, for our group of people who descend from the institution of slavery, and all the subsequent injustices committed against us, right? So doesn't that include you too? So what is the fight back against us when we know, like, we've been through all of that stuff. We've been through the MSTA and that kind of stuff. We've been there, done that. We understand there's no remedy, there's no salvation in that. And in terms of reaching the end that we're telling you we're trying to reach. So before anybody else wants to come out and pop off about their opinion of the character of the person that's bringing the information, you just answer the question. If you cannot answer the question, then your opinion of what you think this brother is irrelevant, because that's not what we're talking about.
Hold on. We got Tahaka. What a coward move. Let's debate the topic live in Atlanta. I will pay for the venue. If you'll have a movement, bring your vendor rate. That's coward. No, we can just jump on right here. What do we need to do all of that for?
Because people need to make money. I guess that's what it is.
Yeah,
we're not in the business of talking about this crap, man. We're trying to show and prove and get to solutions so we can move forward. We're not about show business and extending this.
This matter of fact, this is what I'm gonna do, because we got Devin Hester, whoever that is, saying that I'm an agent. Okay, here's the link. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. So now y'all get to come on. The point, Tahaka asks, what is the point? The point is that there was a problematic statement that Prophet Noble Drew Ali made, Tahaka, and we addressed it. The Noble Drew Ali himself said we accept critiques from inside and outside of the organization. And if that's true, then you can't be mad at us for our critique, because he was wrong about what he said in the divine warning. He victim blamed. It's just as simple as that. And I've been a defender of Noble Drew Ali and this movement for the longest. Well, if you accept the criticism, then there's no need for us to set up a live debate on it, because how in the world are you going to win? Because the question, anybody that ever called me out over the past, 10 years while I was in the Moorish movement, I was there. I was there. What's up? Where we at? What we doing? I went into the Lions Den, me versus 6, 7 people by myself. So he said, what I don't accept is your understanding. It's not my understanding. Let's get into this. Hold on. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. Let me see.
And by the way, family, we're gonna get into some of the Freedman history, some more of the Freedman history, to kind of solidify some of the stuff that we shared on the last broadcast.
All right, so we're gonna start here. We're gonna start at the divine warning, Brother Tahaka. So this is not about my interpretation. This is not about my understanding. This is just about the facts. Let's start with what Noble Drew Ali says. He says, okay, and the brothers and I have a right to point out certain things that we feel is not copacetic, right? He says, and I am hereby calling on all the true citizens that stand for national free government. There's a discernment going on between who's a true citizen and who's not. It says, and the enforcement of the Constitution to help me in my great missionary work, because I need all support from all true American citizens of the United States of America. There again, there's a discernment. That means there's true American citizens and there's false American citizens or fake American citizens. It says, help me to save my people who have fallen from the constitutional laws of government. That's a problem right there. He says, I am depending on your support to get them back to the constitutional fold again, that they will learn to love instead of hate, yada, 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 right? So starting from right there, help me to save my people who have fallen from the constitutional laws of government. How? How did we fall? How? I don't want to or have to speculate. Well, we know you're going to do what you do. He says, I want to make a public display of your misunderstanding. I mean, well, that would be easy to do. That would be easy for you to do on your channel, or you could come right on here in this lion's den. The descendants of Freedmen.
We got links. We got links.
I'm going to put the link in the chat again. Let me put it in there again. And the other bros will be on in a few minutes as well. The other brothers will be on in a few minutes, right? So let me see. You know, and the brothers broke down eloquently, perfectly, some of the things that Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that wasn't right and exact. If Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, it is no more right that the law should be enforced. Nobody forced them to do these things. There's no test of religion.
They just Italians and Greeks, they just come and say, I'm white. They don't, they come over to America and just fold into whiteness. That's what happens.
And it's been that way ever since after Bacon's Rebellion, ever since white became a category in 1691. You know, you had certain groups that were maligned and alienated, like in New York, the Italians, et cetera, the Irish. But after a while, they all eventually become white. I have a whole book on the topic. Let me see. Y'all know how we do. Like I said, we're a clerisy over here. We are very well read. So we have a whole books on the topic. Theodore W. Allen's Invention of the White Race, Ian Haney Lopez's White by Law, that explains most of this stuff. It breaks it down. So let me see. I'm trying to find this one part, because this is the part that we're stuck at. This is the part that we're stuck at. Okay, here we go. It says, so I, the prophet, am hereby calling aloud with a divine plea to all true American citizens to help me remove this great sin which has been committed and is being practiced by my people in the United States of America. This great sin that is being committed. He's, again, as the brothers broke down on the last live stream, And all of us gave examples. This was what we call victim blaming, because that's exactly what it is. It says, without understanding, they have fallen from the true light into utter darkness of sin. We showed image after image of our ancestors, our freedmen ancestors, who sat in the seats of American office, politics, political office, I should say. Some appointed, some duly elected, always fighting for their rights. We brought up how the racial covenants, for instance, in places like Minnesota included Negroes, Moors, Turks, etc., etc., etc. So it didn't matter what you called yourself, right? It says, and there is not a nation on earth today that will recognize them socially, religiously, politically, or economically, etc., in their present condition of their endeavorment in which they themselves try to force upon a civilized world. Now, how did we try to force that upon the civilized world? We weren't giving these names. The only thing we tried to do was fight for our piece of the American pie. We didn't even have social media then. how did we force anything on the civilized world? And what was considered the civilized world? What was considered civilized? Was it many of the nations over in Africa who were conquered by European forces and split up during the Berlin Conference? When Leopold was able to go into the Congo, et cetera, and murder more of our African ancestors than Jews were murdered by Hitler. This is confusing, and we have to be honest here. He says they will not refrain from their sinful ways of actions, and their deeds have brought Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harms to human beings on earth. That's the question. If you jump on here, you have to come with the answer to the question: what were the ways and actions of our ancestors that brought about Jim Crowism, a white institution, which was created based off of mimicry of our people from minstrel shows that they created these laws out of? How did we bring that about? You have to get up here and show and prove. Don't give me interpretations. Don't give me, Tahaka, understanding. Show me the historical records. It says that they brought about Jim Crowism, segregation. We brought about segregation. How did
that is crazy.
How did any of our actions bring about segregation? They wrote this stuff into the laws, and I can get into some of that stuff.
Are we gonna get into it?
It says another thing, and they fought the Southerner for all these great misuses. But I have traveled to the South, and I have examined conditions there. And it is the works of my people, we, us, our ancestors, continuously practicing the things which bring dishonor, disgrace, and disrespect to any nation that lives the life. We fought the Southerner because the Southerners were terrorizing us, brutalizing us, coming in and slaughtering our families, raping our women, killing our children, hanging us at a whim because they wanted to, cutting our babies out of our pregnant women's stomach, feeding our newborns and toddlers to alligators, using them for gator bait so that they could make shoes and belts out of. Of course we fought them. What were we supposed to do? We had to fight. So this is problematic language. And Prophet Noble Drew Ali was wrong here. So if you want to come up, let me put the link in the chat again. Put that link in the chat. Josh, you wanted to add on to anything so far?
Yeah. I'm just getting back to the crib, so I'm going to load up my computer because I got some links. I got some stuff I wanted to bring forward.
Okay, so all right.
But I just want to say real quick.
All right, go ahead.
Y'all had damn near 5 hours on the last live to come on the link. You had days to now then people was in the chat, right? People was in the chat. And
Hmm.
then uh you had all this talk in the chat and on Messenger, and I'm sure people got texts or whatever. And then we put out that we were going live like several hours ago. So it shouldn't be any. Don't come in the chat. Don't come. Don't come. If you got something to say, get on the link. We giving out the link.
That's all you
You
got to
can get
do.
on the program, and you can show and prove. Otherwise, you just accept it. Just accept it. Just understand you don't know better than we know. You can't show and prove like we can show and prove. So you should just say you brothers are right. That's all you got to say. If you can't say that, you either show and prove, or you shouldn't say anything. Because guess what? We're the ones that's fighting for you. Whether you want to accept it or not, we're the ones that's fighting for your uplift, that's doing trying to do stuff that's going to be effective. Way more effective than anything that you probably understand. Because if you understand better, you probably would have left that stuff alone. So just understand what we're saying, and trust in that.
So let me pull up this comment. Isa El Makdi, like, this is just not true, brother. He says by calling themselves by names such as Negro, Black, Colored, today African American. Moorish American would align them with a nationality. The nationality is American. It's American. Moorish is a name that we annex, right? But we didn't get abused or mistreated because we were given this name. You, by making this statement, make it seem as if they had an option to call themselves Moorish American or some other name besides Negro, Black, or Colored. This statement then is made out of ignorance. It is a statement made out of pure dogmatism. And it's not to disrespect you. It is to highlight the fact that it's an ignorant statement. Noble Drew Ali comes and starts preaching, as far as we know in the recorded history, about being Moorish Americans around 1927. How would the people in the 1865, 1866, 1867 supposed to know that they're Moorish? So this doesn't make no sense. And they were still able to get more done politically during Reconstruction than any time, probably with the exception of now, in the 1800s, as we highlighted on the last program. So this is just not true. It's just not true. So let me
say this. Let me say this real quick. If you don't have a solid understanding of American Reconstruction, you can easily be duped and miseducated and misled by media and by American politics. And I'm talking about at any period of time, whether it's today, whether it's 100 years ago. If you don't understand Reconstruction and have a solid understanding of how that whole thing went down and what happened and the results and what caused it, you can easily be duped. So I want to say, before you have any idea to think that you're even qualified to give a solid opinion on this, you really need to ask yourself, do I really understand Reconstruction? Did I take the time to go and study that, study the people, study the what happened, you know, and or am I just kind of going from somebody's narrative, you know? Because if you understand Reconstruction, a lot of this stuff ain't gonna be able to fool you. You won't be able to be duped by the neo-confederates that tried to rewrite the history. They try to give you their perspective of the history. And it could be argued that, Noble Drew Ali, maybe he didn't have we were talking about this earlier. Maybe he had a good understanding. Maybe he just, bought into some of the propaganda. Maybe he just read some white media or something like that. And I was like, well, see, we talking about in the 1920s, right? And earlier, when he was, getting education. Man, that that account from the brother that was captured in he was a part of the homies or something like that, and he was on Clotilda, I believe. He gave his account of going through the transatlantic slave trade, like being imported, being brought to America, being enslaved in America. He gave that in 1935 or 1937 or something like that. So a lot of those freedmen were alive to give firsthand accounts of actually going through slavery, and of course their accounts of the Jim Crow time period. So a lot of those people are alive to give firsthand accounts. It wasn't like he had to go and read it in some book somewhere, and that's the only way he got to know about it. So that's why it's very damning when we just bring this out and flesh it out like this, because it's showing that what he's saying is just messed up. It's just flat out wrong. Whether we're going to say it was intentionally wrong or unintentionally wrong, it's just wrong.
So we got Grim and brother Ali BTP is in the building. What's good, Grim?
Ain't nothing but a gangster party. Hey, no, I just had to, man, I just had to joke about it, man. Apologies, man, for being on late.
Oh, so good.
The bottom line is this. They teach that our people is a holy and divine nation and things of that nature, right? But at the same time, turn around and say that very nation of people is a sinful people. Just like the last time we did this show, when Ali was reading the first paragraph, some of the things that we pointed out, and I kept telling people to look at the thing and he keep using those specific words, sin and sinful, and more specifically, sinful ways, right? So we have to talk about what are the sinful ways of those people. And I don't want to jump the gun on anything. Yeah, that's right. If the prophet ain't right, the temple ain't right.
Hey, Grim, you got to point your finger at the camera, like put your finger like you did.
I'm pretty sure I'll be pointing in a second. I got to get warmed up, Josh. But the bottom line is this, man. We watched a group of people who actually say that they did a rebuttal to the previous video, right? But Ali watched it. I watched, portions of it, because a lot of that stuff I can't stand. A lot of it was threats and veiled threats about what we said. But no one answered the question. What did the Freedmen do, huh, Ali? What did the Freedmen do? 1865 to 1965, I'm going to say, that caused Jim Crowism. Because it's really hypocrisy, it's really contradictions. Basically, you were telling people, at least the Moors' explanation of it, they were basically saying that the Freedman was wrong for wanting to vote. One sister even said that if the Moors would have listened to Johnson, President Johnson, he would have led us to freedom or something like that, right, y'all? And the thing about it is that it's just a whole bunch of confusion that really doesn't make sense, because Noble Drew Ali said those things in one breath, right? And then turned around, right? And used the voting power of the actual freedmen, because even though those people were in Chicago, those people were descendants, United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. And they went up there, actually started exercising their rights and their political power. They had politicians moving and shaking in Chicago on the scene. Then Noble Drew Ali came and took part in that very process of voting, putting people in power and but yet and then accuse the freedmen of some type of transgression because they wanted to be free and take their place in the affairs of men. So let's not get it twisted. The verbiage of take your place in the affairs of men come from Noble Drew Ali himself. But they could do it in 1925, which was basically still Jim Crowism in the South. He can do it up there, but it was wrong for the freedmen to do it in the South. Y'all see where I'm coming from? It's just
yes, indeed, brother.
Contradictions that those people will have to go through to actually explain it, and they do all kinds of gymnastic and acrobatics. Like one brother came on the show, and he stated that, well, it was the Moors who was really the Confederates, and they pointed out P.T. Beauregard, a Confederate general, just because they called him the Little Creole or the Little Black. See, those were little mocking names that they called the man because he probably was mixed with a little Italian or this. And we broke down on the last show that when someone used the name Creole, it doesn't necessarily mean that that person is a person of African descent. So that was one of the things. And then the sister, who was part of one of these spurious branches of the Moorish Science Temple, she was basically trying to say that we should have followed Johnson when Johnson was actually undoing the work of his predecessor. You know, and
right.
I mean, it's just crazy. And the bottom line is that these people don't understand Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction history.
That's right.
The sole objective of fighting the Civil War was to get the freedmen in that position. And she said that the people who did it was advocating a radical cause. And because they called themselves the radical Republicans. And we basically broke down to her the definition of the radical Republicans, meaning that these were people that was 100% against the slavery and the slave trade in all its forms, and wanted to do away with that system 100%, and made amendments to the Constitution to ensure that Congress would not later and undo any congressional legislation on our behalf. You follow what I'm saying? So the bottom line is this, man. We'll get into it more, but I just wanted to drop that thing, man. I mean, it's basically, man, a Confederate leaning document, period.
And
meaning the divine warning of the prophet.
I want you to come in, Ali. I'll just see. Let me just scroll back up real. I got to pull Cato chat comment back up. He said, this is why I support Be the Power, because they welcome people that have a different opinion to express them and challenge them. I have proven them wrong several times. Okay,
that's
Cato.
what's up, Cato. Hey, look.
Okay, Cato.
Have you put out the link so far?
Oh yeah, I've placed it in the chat. Let me pause Louis Serrano. Nobody ain't come up yet. Tahaka talking about let's do it in Atlanta live on a big stage.
Listen.
You know, he want to have he want to have a show. But I don't know what you talk about, brother Serrano Bay. The source to what exactly?
The divine warning is the source.
Yeah, well, the source is from the last live stream that we did, breaking down how the divine warning is in fact a pro-Confederate document. There's no other way to slice it. I've read some of it earlier. I've, even given a slightly different breakdown than what the brothers had already dissected down to its very last molecule on the last live stream. Segregation, right? Like it brought Jim Crowism and segregation. I don't know about that. So, Brother Ali, you have pulled up from W.E.B. Du Bois, Black Reconstruction. Go in, brother, because there's a reason. Frame it. Why you're pulling this up, and why this is important.
Yeah, this is important because in order to understand why the divine warning by the prophet for the nations has this kind of confederate leaning, this a lost cause type of leaning, is because at a certain point in time, the history was controlled by white historians, many of whom were racist, many of whom wanted to paint a different picture of the Southern Confederates, many of whom wanted to paint a different picture of what happened during Reconstruction, how Reconstruction fell apart, etc., who was to blame for it, right? A lot of people in America believed it. Most, white people accepted that kind of teaching. Now, you have certain people, for instance, I've mentioned Booker T. Washington in the past and his Atlanta Compromise speech. One of the things that Booker T. Washington said during his Atlanta Compromise speech to Harker Bay, because I know you don't know anything about this stuff. One of the things that Booker T. Washington said in his Atlanta Compromise speech was that black people were wrong to seek to seek political power during the Reconstruction period. They shouldn't have been seeking political power. They should have been trying to just get money by working with their hands in the fields, which is what they were used to doing, etc. But the implication is the same of which the Confederates propaganda was pushing, which was that black people were responsible for the failures of Reconstruction. Now, the reason I have Black Reconstruction pulled up by Booker T. Washington is because intellectuals, people who were who had acquired knowledge, a degreed individual like Booker T. Washington, who traveled the world, who went to the universities, who got the information, the necessary information, who was a degreed individual, who was a doctor, and also taught at the university in Atlanta. This man got the information. Noble Drew Ali didn't know. Noble Drew Ali was parroting the things that the Confederates were saying about black people as being the cause of why this thing happened. So let me just read from Black Reconstruction real quick so that we can understand what happened. It says here in his seminal work, Black Reconstruction, Black Reconstruction is a prime example of his efforts, talking about W.E.B. Du Bois. This is from the introduction. Prime example of his efforts to place the black experience in its historical context and contemporary unfolding, while at the same time contributing to the intellectual and political emancipation of the race. Black Reconstruction was an analysis of Reconstruction from an African-centered or black perspective, and it was written to refute mainstream white supremacist interpretations and to celebrate the contribution of African Americans in that turbulent period. Prior to writing Black Reconstruction, Du Bois and other black scholars had challenged the racist interpretations of white historians of the era, but their challenge had received only marginal attention. In 1929, the editor of Encyclopedia Britannica had refused to publish Du Bois's article on Reconstruction because Du Bois insisted on including two sentences that informed readers that, quote, white historians have ascribed the faults and failures. There we go. That failure word is one of the words that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali consistently uses with regard to the freedmen. The faults and failures of Reconstruction to Negro ignorance and corruption. But the Negro insists that it was Negro loyalty and the Negro vote alone that restored the South to the Union, established new democracy, both for black and white, and instituted public schools. That shows the partisan nature of white scholarship on Reconstruction. Now, the point of it is, if you read a lot of the propaganda pieces that white historians wrote about Reconstruction in terms of how they blamed the so-called Negro and his ignorance and corruption for the failure of Reconstruction, you will understand when you read the divine warning where this is coming from when he says it was the works of my people, the actions, their current endeavorments that cause Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harm to human beings on earth. So you got to understand something. That kind of thinking that kind of thinking predates Drew Ali saying it, and it goes back into the Confederates teaching or revisionist history of Reconstruction and who was to blame for the failures of Reconstruction. We already can pinpoint what's going on here. So if you understand that, then you understand what we're talking about. So the critique of the divine warning is a proper critique, and it's based on the historical record, Tahaka. Something that you've never covered in any of your stuff before. Okay? You guys, people like you and the other Moors who have a problem with this, you're having a problem with it, and it's not setting well with you because the fact of the matter is you can't really find nothing in history to substantiate what he said in that particular piece.
Right.
We keep asking between and this was really a question that I wanted to know, between 1865, which was the time of emancipation, with the 13th Amendment. We can go to the 1863 piece, but we're going to use 1865. Between 1865 and 1877, when Jim Crowism officially starts. That 12-year period, what did the freedmen and women do? What were the deeds and actions of his people that caused Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harm to human beings on earth? You guys have to answer that with actual facts of history and show what the people did as a collective. Don't be telling me about hiring rebels like one joker tried to do on the YouTube video.
I want to pull some of those comments up too.
Yeah.
I want to run through some of that stuff. If there's anything y'all want to add.
Yeah, I want to address the thing. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ali. Yeah, I just want to say this. The bottom line is that is no shenanigans. Nobody's doing this for no money because nobody's making no money off of this. Nobody's no paid agent. They can say we paid agents. They can't even say that, oh, well, they doing this because they mad at the Moorish Science Temple of America. I'm going to say this, man. The more that I evolve in my understandings and my experiences, and I look back on those things with the MSTA, I really realized that wasn't no organization for me personally to fret over anyway. So the bottom line is it comes to one fundamental question for Brother Tahaka Bey is this: what did the Moors do between 1865 to 1965 or whatever to basically cause Jim Crowism? And the reason that we come to this is because we had delved deep over a period of time in the Reconstruction era. So I don't want to hear, don't go make a slideshow saying, see, these Negroes mad at juke joint in the jungle, or they had a juke joint in the swamps, because the Europeans had their moonshine and they had their juke joints. You follow what I'm saying? And the bottom line is this. I'm going to tell you why, real quickly, why Drew Ali's statement is incorrect. Because, real quick, Jim Crowism or Jim Crow was basically caused by the federal government. The same one that all of us that's why we are talking about reparations now, y'all. Because that same flag, that flag that's behind my icon, the flag that's behind Naeem, the same flag that the Moorish Science Temple flies with the Moroccan flag, the flag that represents that government basically betrayed the freedmen. And Tahaka, you want to know how they betrayed the freedmen? They, in the Reconstruction period, pulled the federal troops out of the South that was basically protecting the freedmen. Now, Freedman was commissioned and placed in office in the South in these various political offices in the state. And many of them were duly democratically elected by the citizenry. See, the Confederates forfeited their rights. So we're not denying our free divine national name. It's the Confederates who pulled out of the Union. But to get back to my point is that the federal government pulled out of the South and left the freedmen unarmed, a prey to the whims of the Europeans or the Americans or the white Americans, whatever terminology you desire to call that. So without the protection of the army or the forces of the federal government, the racist Confederates was able to retake control of the state houses, the state governments, Ali. And the reason that and let me tell you something, Taharka, they didn't do that by voting the blacks out of power. This was, see, y'all don't realize that the Reconstruction was one of the most successful periods of our people. We was making moves and strides in those few years. Those people came and they violently exterminated some of our people out of office. Not only our people, but the Europeans that was in support of the enfranchisement of our people in the South. This is what caused Jim Crowism. It was no sin. You can't, like that brother holding up the shirt. The bloody shirt tells you the violence that they committed against freedmen and European alike. But under Rutherford B. Hayes, again, there was a pullout. They call it the Compromise of 1877. There is no, man, you can't get around this stuff, brother. You can't say that we wasn't. Here's another thing, y'all. I don't want to take too much time. You can't say that the sin was denying their free national name, because if Noble Drew Ali was the one that was supposed to bring us our divine creed and nationality, there was no one before him, quote unquote, according to you all, there was no one before him to teach us those divine creeds. So how could that have been a sin on the part of the freedmen in 1865 when there was no one there to tell them that they were Moors or Moorish Americans or things of that nature, right, according to your teachings? So you are holding a people responsible for sin who had no knowledge of it. And you all, the way that this divine warning is framed, y'all, it's framed basically blaming the blacks, quote unquote, for everything. Now, how are they supposed to know these things? How are they supposed to know their creed when all of that stuff was beat 2, 3, 4 generations out of them? But yet you still blame them for not claiming their divine creed and nationality, which we know their nationality was American, but according to you all, is Moorish American. And that's all I got to see.
Hey, I want you to come in, Ali or Josh, but I want to bring this image up.
Powerful image, man. That
I use in the thumbnail. I always forget the name of this image. When I keyword it, I forget what I keyword and to pull it up. But I have it saved. They made what was that term? A covenant with hell and a pact with death, or something to that effect when it comes to our people. And when you look at this image, let's full screen this.
Hey, this was check this out, bro, real quick. I'm gonna say this. Not out of all that, Drew Ali called those people civilized.
Yeah, yeah.
In the divine warning, those very people right there, he called them civilized. I'm sorry, go ahead. I had to point that out.
Yeah, yeah. It's tough, but it's what it is. It's not a interpretation. Yeah, it said the Confederates was started by pale Moors. Drew Ali misidentified the Moor. I don't know what you mean by that. The Confederate was started by European Americans, aka white people. But these people that are depicted in this image, the White League and the Ku Klux Klan. Let's go over this image. It says, the Union as it was. This is a white man's government. This was always a lie. As we have shown here on Be the Power, as we have shown when we were members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, our people have been citizens in this nation since day one. This is the dream of the White League and the KKK and the red shirts, et cetera, up until present day. In the background, you see one of our people hanged from a tree. In the background, you see one of our people hanged from a tree. To the lower right, you see the word schoolhouse. These are the institutions that they crumble and they trample upon. And even in the schoolhouse, those that were able to be erected, they were taught the teachings of what is called the lost cause, where, yeah, the Confederates lost the war, but they got to reframe the narrative behind this portion of history. They got to sanitize slavery to make it seem like it was all, singing and mint juleps. Like it wasn't whip cracking and abhorrent atrocities committed against our people. In that book, they were her property. That speaks to the white female slave master, because she's just as much complicit as her male counterpart. And the atrocities that were committed just by the woman alone is enough to shake the foundations of the pit of anybody's soul. But that brings us, and you see the lost cause right over where they have this handshake at, and we can see a similar handshake in Moorish iconography, right? And the skull and bones is there to signify death. And that is the same symbol that's used for poison. But what are the words that are etched there? Worse than slavery.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to us after slavery was worse than what happened to us in slavery. 1,000 times worse. So the things that Prophet Noble Drew Ali said in the divine warning in that document, as we have pointed out, does not comport with the historical facts at all. This picture, this pact that was made between white supremacists, no matter what their name was designed to do just what our people are shown doing, cowering under the symbol of death at the shaking hands of white supremacy, man, woman, and child. This was not the fault of our people. Those of us who did stand up and fight were slaughtered. Look up the Colfax massacre. I have a whole article up here ready to go about the Elaine massacre and how, basically it was a labor movement, and it was met with the violence of the mob. I have other articles pulled up right now. The unknown history of black uprisings, just waiting to go, because there's this misconception that somehow our people didn't fight back, that we just basically took this stuff. And that's just simply not the case. So we wanted to break that down. We wanted to break that down and show people that on the document of the divine warning of a nation, Prophet Noble Drew Ali was wrong. At the next Moorish Science Temple of America's convention, if you accept critiques from within and without, that should be stricken from the historical record, that portion of it, and corrected, because it's just false. It's a retelling of Confederate history. Also, real quick, as Ali was reading from Black Reconstruction and the commentary thereof, Noble Drew Ali might not have had the up-to-date information, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali was quoted as saying, go to an up-to-date library. Am I correct, fellas? I want to make sure I'm not misquoting anything. And
yeah, I mean,
it wasn't.
He was he basically said
He
basically said you can find the information in an up-to-date library. Paraphrasing paraphrasing. I'm not saying as his exact words, because I know
Mhm.
how Moors are. You know, they'll pull out etymology on you, like, you know what I'm saying. Next thing you know, it's like, well, he used the word this, and the etymology is this, man. You know, the Moors are people. Ishmael said, "Where's the link?" But Moors are people who love doing using what I call the etymological fallacy. They love that, and them guys on that other channel, them dudes from the other channel, that's what they did throughout the whole video.
All right.
Etymological fallacy. But go ahead.
Hold on. I want to I'm gonna give you the link. But we're gonna get through this. We were hoping for those people that was gonna come on and answer the question first. What brought about Jim Crowism? Let us get through a little bit of this. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, and I want you to come on and explain how the Confederacy was pale Moors, or whatever the claim was you made.
Yeah.
Okay, Josh, you want to pull us up?
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna get into this. I'm gonna read y'all a little story. It's gonna be real interesting and enlightening. By the way, y'all might want to check this website. It's pretty cool. It's got a lot of interesting history on here. It's called csidixie.org. You know, and I was trying to figure out what does that mean, but I was like, oh, CSI, like they investigating the crime scene, and that's what the South was during the Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction era after the Civil War. It was this crime scene. It was just a whole lot of white terrorism going on. So I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna skip around because it's a little lengthy. So I'm gonna skip around to, like, you know, the juicy parts, and then we're gonna talk about it, right? All right. So it says in Hamburg, South Carolina. We got some South Carolina folks and folks with South Carolina heritage, so y'all might know about that place. In Hamburg, South Carolina, the centennial festivities open with the reading of the Declaration of Independence, a common enough practice, but to the primarily Black audience, the words sang with a special resonance. Though their experiences taught them differently, the crowd took a moment's comfort in the idea that rights were inalienable and truth self-evident. Following the reading, Hamburg residents were not treated to a town history. There was little to tell. Hamburg had once been a thriving center of the cotton trade. Then Augusta, Georgia, just across the Savannah River, had gotten its canals and railroads, and wagon hubs like Hamburg had been abandoned. After the Civil War, freedmen flocked to these ghost towns. They cleaned them up, elected mayors and city councilmen, and created a sort of photo negative of the world the Confederacy had fought to defend. So I wanted to read that little part just because and just show you, like, after we whoop the Confederates and put them into submission, and, you know, now we're feeling like we got our rights now. Like these rights are inalienable. The Constitution is going to secure all of that. So what I want to know, did we violate? What kind of principles did we violate to get the cause Jim Crowism from that? Okay, let's just keep that in mind. That's rhetorical. So I'm gonna skip down a little bit further and just kind of give you cliff notes on the story. Basically, there were some people that were coming through this town. This town had militias who used to do drills on this July the 4th, and the town was 80% Black at the time. And this particular day, a couple white boys who didn't fight in the war, they were too young, but they decided to ride through, and they didn't want to ride around the demonstration that the militia was doing. They were doing like some drills that were making the white boys envious. And so basically it was a back and forth. And the person that was the new captain there, this dude named Doc Adams, who was a Civil War veteran, he basically told them we ain't moving, you know, like we doing that. Why I would never treat you this way. Why are you treating us this way? Why can't you just go around? And it's like, well, I always traveled this way. So, you know, I'm not going to go around you. And it's like, wait a minute, there's no road here. It's just like open. You can go around. It's like, I'm not going to go around because some niggas want me is in the way I want to go. So basically after that, he let them go through, and they say, you know, we're going to go back and report you. We're going to report you to your commanding officer. Well, their commanding officer was Prince Rivers. He was for General Prince Rivers, and he was actually the person that was on top of the top of the food chain in terms of law in that area, in that county. I think it was Aiken County. And so they came back, and the dude Adams was pissed that Rivers was summoning him, but he ended up going to the little hearing, right? And the white boys came back and they were talking to Prince Rivers, and it says, I'm gonna read down here. It says, the following morning, Getz and Tommy's father all returned to Hamburg to swear out a complaint against Adams. They met Prince Rivers, the town's child justice, at his office on Market Street, and then declared that Adams and his men had been guilty of obstructing a public road. Ironically, Rivers was the general of the very militia the white men had come to execrate. But he was a complex character. Rivers was a big man, not easily intimidated. Now I'm gonna read you some more about Prince Rivers, y'all. I'm gonna read you some about Prince Rivers, and you know, this guy was. Let me just bring this up too. Let me bring this up. Where is it? Let me bring this up. Yeah, y'all seen this? The House passes bill to remove Confederate statues from the Capitol. So they're going to remove the House is passing the bill to remove Confederate statues. However, you know that has to go through to the next level. But let me show you how many Confederate statues that are there. Actually, there's Alexander Hamilton Stevens. They got all of these dudes, Calhoun and Robert E. Lee, and all of these Confederates, right, in the United States Capitol. And the only freedmen they got there, they got Frederick Douglass, they got Rosa Parks, they got Martin Luther King Jr., and of course then they have Sojourner Truth. So there's no Prince Rivers, there's no Robert Small, there's no any of the freedmen that were what was the one
let me just say real quick, Josh. Imagine going to Germany right now. Imagine going to Germany right now, and you walk up in the Capitol building, and in the Capitol building, while German Jews still live in Germany, there are busts of Hitler, of Heinrich Himmler, or however you pronounce his name, of Goebbels, of great, according to their historical calculation, SS generals and SS soldiers. Imagine that, family. This is what we're dealing with. Our own version of Hitler and them. That's in busts. They have busts in the capital of our country that we live in. This is a reminder to us. And this is why this channel is named Be the Power, so that we can become the power and start replacing all of these rebels. These people were rebels to the country. We're the only day one citizens, because there's only two day one citizens, quote unquote, white and black folks. And we never tried to rebel against this country, even through all of the mistreatment. Go ahead, Brother Josh.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this like, how is this real? How is this happening? You got Jefferson Davis, who was the president of the Confederacy. You have Robert E. Lee, who was the highest ranking military, general in the Confederate Army. You got all of these devils, right? And they still got statues in the U.S. Capitol, but you don't have Hiram rebels. You know what I'm saying? You don't have any of those people, let alone, more people from more recent times. So now let's go back over here. So I'm going to read you about Prince Rivers. Y'all don't know about Prince Rivers? You're going to get to know today. It says Prince Rivers was a big man, not easily intimidated. Born in slavery, he had taught himself to read and write. A carrier's driver in Beaufort, South Carolina. He went when the war began. He escaped on his carriage horse to become a legendary color sergeant, first in the Hunter Regiment, later the 1st South Carolina Volunteers, and finally the 33rd Division of the U.S. colored troops. That's the USCT. Over those years, he has seen a great deal of combat, not only with Confederates on the battlefield, but with whites in his own army. Marching on Broadway in New York, Rivers had been attacked by a mob enraged at the sight of chevrons on a black man. Even against the mob, he held his own. See, this dude is fighting mobs in New York that's just attacking him because he got his regalia on. It says, when asked by a reporter if he was ready to fight, Rivers spoke bluntly. "This is our time." He said, "If our fathers had such a chance as this, we should not have been slaves now. If we do not improve this chance, another one will not come, and our children will be slaves always." His commanding officer, listen to this, right? Because see, I was like, man, how do they know these quotes? Like, how can they just tell you what these people said? And you can just scroll all the way to the bottom into the source, and the sources are here. You see, look at the Senate investigations. So these are all testimonies. These are all testimonies that were submitted to the Senate. So let me go back up here when they're talking about, because we got some interesting, and I'm not going to go through all this, but we got some real interesting things right here that we can talk about in terms of Prince Rivers. It says, now this is his commanding officer. It says, Thomas Wentworth Higginson believed Rivers had no equal. Quote, "There is not a white officer in this regiment who has more administrative ability or more absolute authority over the men," Higginson wrote in his diary. He is jet black and very handsome, with a figure superior to that of any of our white officers, being 6 feet high, perfectly proportioned, and of apparently inexhaustible strength and activity. His gait, is that how you say that word, Naheem? Is the brother Naheem vocabulary is off the chain?
It looks like
gate.
That's right. Gait, just basically another word for walk.
Okay, his gait is like a panther's. I never saw such a tread. No anti-slavery novel has described a man of such marked ability, Higginson concluded. If his education had reached a higher point, I see no reason why he should not command the Army of the Potomac. And if there should ever be a black monarchy in South Carolina, he will be its king. And so this just this is about this dude Prince Rivers, and this is talking about in Icahn County. He had carved out some of the most unreconstructed country in America. So we're talking about freedmen who once again took something nothing and made it into something, and people mad, right? White folks mad. So I'm gonna just give you paraphrasing Cliff Notes again. Basically, what happened was Rivers was Adams was defending himself, and he was cutting them dudes' arguments up, but he wasn't following the right legal procedure. So Rivers kept correcting them, and basically Adams lost his cool and was cussing Rivers and all this kind of stuff. And so basically Rivers said, "All right, look, we're gonna calm down." All right. So Adams was pissed off, and Rivers put him in kind of contempt. And one of Adams' next in command, let me read to you what he wrote. He said this right here. It says, this is Allen Attaway. It says he was mad. He burst out and said, "The next white man who rides in front of our company won't have any report to make. I will see that his head is shot off so effing clean, he will have nothing left to tell." You see? So this is just another example of why this is how we cause Jim Crowism. This is how we call it. This is our actions of our people. What makes you think that you can actually be free? That somebody can just disrespect you, and you can just get to tell them that you're going to stand up for yourself and defend yourself and not let them run all over you. And you trying to be free? You actually trying to stand up for yourself? Nah, you deserve Jim Crow. You don't get to be free. So paraphrasing again, basically the white boys is mad that they didn't get swift justice against what in their eyes against Adams. So they come back again. Now it says this dude's father is named Tommy Butler, right? This dude, one dude named Getson, the other one named Butler. So let's go down here. This part is called the most cold-blooded, insolent human being that mortal eyes ever beheld. Now I'm gonna start reading. It says, at roughly 3:30 on a blistering July 8th, General Matthew C. Butler rolled up outside Rivers' office in a small buggy. Butler was South Carolina royalty. His father had been a congressman, as has his grandfather. His uncles included a senator, a governor, and Commodore Perry. I don't know who that is. Widely regarded as one of the most dashing Confederates to ever mount a horse, Butler had become a brigadier general by the end of the war. But he had suffered setbacks too. He had lost a foot at Brandy Station, and the war had ruined him financially. In his own run at Congress, in a bid to be the equal of his father and grandfather, he had been defeated by a black man. Oh, damn. That's another thing we was doing to cause Jim Crowism and all kind of atrocities in ourselves. We actually thought we could run against a white man who used to be a Confederate devil who was a slave owner, and he thought he was going to be a third generation politician on legacy and privilege and all that. And he actually got beat by Freedman. Freedman, you actually think you can run for office? Nah, you deserve that Jim Crowism. You deserve all of that. You deserve them black codes. You deserve all of that.
So basically,
go ahead, Ali.
I was going to say, basically, Jim Crowism was brought on because white people didn't like the fact that black men were acting like black men and not acting as some kind of subjugated, less than human underneath them that they can just control and run roughshod over.
That's right. And I'm going to read this next sentence. It says, and when he tried to take out the loss on local blacks, they had burned down his house. Utterly unreconstructed, Butler was an unstable compound of gentility and rage. See, so they were pissed off that they couldn't just do us any kind of way anymore. There was going to be some consequences because we had our own agency, and we had some type of freedom to defend ourselves.
But
you breaking up, Grim?
Josh, I was just saying, Josh, all of that stuff that you just said, if we take into account what's said in the divine warning, right? Basically, all that stuff that those people were trying to do to gain power and to take their place in the affairs of men was a sin. And basically, I just have to read a portion of the divine warning again. We read the whole thing on the last show, so nobody can say that we are cherry picking. So I have to bring it out. Now, in a portion of there, he said, in their present condition of their endeavorment, in which they tried to force upon a civilized world. See, basically what he's saying is that the state of slavery, the Confederate Empire, the Confederate States of America, basically what he was saying is that was a civilized world, and our struggle, you understand, against the Confederate powers was some type of transgression, and that we basically was trying to force things upon them as opposed to freeing our people. And listen to this. He said they will not refrain from their sinful ways and actions, and their deeds have brought Jim Crowism. Our deeds ain't bring Jim Crowism. The brothers is breaking down everything that there is no scholarly way out of this. You can't say, Noble Drew Ali cannot say that Jim Crowism, that we caused Jim Crowism because our deeds and this segregation. Because the bottom line, I think Cynthia said it, they was ruling and they were mad that they were ruling. So all of this segregation came about by them trying to raise up the power that they formerly had in the South. There's no way. And here's the most important thing that I want to point out in the divine warning. And listen to me. Nobody's trying to start no fight. Nobody's trying to, bruh, the bottom line is this stuff is wrong. And we all taught this. Naheem, me, we all taught out of this document. This document forms the basis of Moorish teachings about Negro, black, and colored in citizenship, right? But look at this, y'all. He says, and they fought the Southerners, meaning the freedmen. You understand? We were in, fought means fighting. So basically, you are criticizing the freedmen for joining the Union Army and fighting against the Southerners. This is crazy. Because see, a lot of people accept this because a lot of people don't understand the freedmen history. They don't understand Reconstruction. That brother said, and they fought the Southerners for all these great misuses. What misuses? And then he said, but I've traveled in the South and I've examined the conditions there. And it's the work of my people. So see, Ali, that's why when you was reading, saying that, you know, he was using that narrative, that's true too. But this dude said he went to the South.
Yeah, Grim, that just hit me, Grim.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I say we can't let this dude off the hook, man. For or whoever helped him put this doc, man, we can't hold. That dude said, I've traveled there and I've seen the conditions there. And it's the work of my people continually practicing things which bring what? Dishonor, disgrace, and disrespect to any nation that lives the life. Brother, that's some harsh statements against your people.
Because technically, Grim,
I mean, sir.
He could have moved his headquarters down there and gave an example.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yep. You mean be the message that you bring. In other words,
now Ali
amongst the people like Jesus did.
Not just Jesus. Not just Jesus. Let's think more modern. Who else moves somewhere to be the message that they bring? Martin Luther King Jr. moved from Atlanta to Chicago.
That's right. That's a fact. He sure did.
Yeah.
To be the message that he brought. I'm just saying, fam, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that he welcomes critiques from within and without the organization.
Right.
This is a critique, and this doesn't make any sense.
Now here's the thing. I have to keep breaking this down and emphasizing this. We don't have to go to Atlanta and have a debate where a bunch of Moors get together and then get mad and then somebody get hurt. You follow what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get hurt.
Talk about their mufti.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Because that's what they said.
Hawker talking about let's meet in Atlanta and debate. You know, they probably go set up a gang to try to bushwhack us and something like that.
Oh no, I mean we come in. We ain't got to talk about how we gonna come, but they could pull up. We good.
Oh, let me tell you something. I got people in Atlanta too. Like my family's big. My family's big, so I'm not. I would never be worried about no shit.
Yeah, because they was talking about that in that video.
So we don't act like you want us to come down there and debate, because there is no way around this. And think about this. Look, I'm gonna make one more point. And they, says Noble Drew Ali, fought the Southerners for all these great misuses. Now, I want to point something out. Now, one of the great symbols of the Moorish Science Temple of America is the fact that they fly what? The American flag, the flag of the Union in the temple. Is that correct?
That's a fact.
The stars and the stripes. Now, think about this, Moors. He said, and they fought the Southerners for all their great misuses. If the freedmen had not joined the Union Army, the North, or the Union rather, would have lost this war. And guess what?
That's a fact.
You would be flying a Confederate flag.
That's right.
Next to the Moorish flag in the Moorish Science Temple of America.
If you weren't still enslaved.
If you weren't still enslaved, there wouldn't be no Moorish Science Temple.
That's the fact.
Good point, Josh. And the thing is, this dude say they fought the Southerners, but there would be no American flag in any MSTA without those freedmen who he said were sinners, because they fought the Southerners for all these great misuses. The stuff don't make no sense, y'all. It don't make no sense.
And let me show you. I'm just gonna finish the story, see, because if y'all didn't know, this was about the Hamburg massacre. So I'm gonna just finish. I'm just gonna read these quotes here. It's only just to finish the story to show you.
Go ahead, because I really want to. I want to put this link in this chat and get to some of these people.
So I'm gonna show you how we was fighting the Southerners that caused us Jim Crow. So it says, alongside the general was Tommy's father. Though both were butlers, the exact relation was too distant for any to know it. Tommy and Getson, those are the two original white boys that was riding, had arrived also with a few other toughs on horseback. All the men were armed. The general did not step down from his buggy, but instead called into his office, where Rivers's constable, William Nelson, sat at his desk with his feet propped up on the door frame, fanning himself. Says, "Where is Rivers?" demanded the general. "At his house, I reckon," said Nelson, "but he'll be here directly." I have come here to counsel these people," the general said, gesturing the butlers. "Go tell him to come to me." "I'm not Mr. Rivers' office boy," said Nelson calmly. "I'm a constable, and I'm here attending to my business. He told me that he'll be here at 4 o'clock and won't come any quicker by me going after him." "Do you know who you're talking to?" "I'm talking to General Butler, I believe." "Well, goddamn, you bring me some paper here." Butler should be said was renowned for his highly sulfurated vocabulary. Nelson didn't move. Rivers had told him to set up office, so he had. "Here's the office," he said, "and here's the chairs, and here's the paper and the pen and the ink, sir. And there is the chairs for all the attorneys that want to do business here to come and sit down." "God damn, you bring it to me, sir." "I won't do it. Come in, sir, and sit at the table." Butler jumped down, as did Getson, who trained his gun on Nelson. Nelson still sat fanning himself, propped up against the door frame like a G, I might add. "Give me a chair," demanded the general. "There's a chair." "God damn, you give me the chair you're sitting on." Nelson hesitated. "All right, if this chair suits you better than the other, take it." "You goddamn leather-headed son of a bitch, you sit down there fanning yourself. God damn you." "I'm fanning myself in my own office and tending to my own business." "You goddamn son of a bitch, you want to have a hole put through you before you can move?" At this time, one of the mob swept towards Nelson and raised a large pistol. "Mr. Butler, you know what sort of man I am," Nelson said, addressing Robert Butler still in the buggy. "I've always tried to behave when you came to my office." "Yes, but goddamn you, this goddamn..." All right, so you see where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it doesn't matter. This dude is just chilling because freedmen were in power. They were in power in the office. They were running their own stuff, and you can't just think that you can. You can't just think that you can. It says, "God damn you, sitting down there with your feet cocked up." Well, and then Pete what Nelson says. "Well, General, I'm not dead. And if you're going to kill me, why don't you just kill me? And that's all you can do." But the general wasn't ready to start killing. He wanted to round up the militia leaders, especially Adam, and executing a constable wasn't going to help. Besides, he didn't really want to kill anyone. He wanted respect, deference, and docility. Though when he failed to get them, his temper was apt to slip out of control. So, this is what they want.
That's the kind of shit. That's the kind of shit that helped to bring about Jim Crowism.
That's right.
Because these uppity niggas, you done let them get in power, and these niggas think they can rule over us, and this is a white man's, like the picture that Naheem put up. This is a white man's country. This is a white man's government. These niggas can't, and they ignorant, and they don't know what they doing. You understand? And this was not made. See, the union as it was. This is a white man's government. That was their sentiment.
That's
and the fact that blacks have been put in positions of power, and I'm going to say this, a lot of people don't know that the 14th Amendment was designed to disenfranchise a lot of those guys who went against the United States and tried to tear the United States up. And so it just not only disenfranchised them in terms of voting, but it also blocked them from being able to run for office. So that angered them even more.
That's
I
right.
just want to
That's
add
right.
that on.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because Noble Drew Ali criticized the very document that sought to disenfranchise the rebels. And this stuff is insane, man, when you really delve into it. You know, and let me say something about Negro morality real quick, because I have a feeling that many people's rebuttal is going to be our moral system, or the moral system of the blacks. The black people in this country had a more superior moral system than the people who owned us. So it couldn't have been the sin of our morality. That's all you have to do is give a good read to Uncle Tom's Cabin. I know we loosely use that word Uncle Tom to basically describe someone that's a traitor, but at the same time, when you read Uncle Tom Cabin, you're talking about a slave, a man of character, a morality, but yet still a slave. You can go back to Roots. You can go back to Chicken George, a slave, but a man of morality. So our moral compass, if you will, and our moral system, the moral system of the United Sons and Daughters of the Freedmen in that day and time, right, was more wholesome, clean, and pure than what we have today. And they had less than we have now. So they had less, and they were morally superior to the people today. We have more, and we are morally inferior to the freedmen of the Reconstruction era. So no way around it. You cannot get around calling these people sinful and saying that they committed sins. You follow what I'm saying? For trying to take their place in the affairs of the men. You can't get around it. So you can't make a moral argument. You can't make a political argument. I mean, it's just no sense whatsoever to call what our ancestors did in that day and time sin.
That's right. So I put the link in the chat again. Ish said he want to come on and explain what he means by pale Moors. I welcome that. But I first want the Moors that have a problem, because I want to show, I want to get to some of these comments that these guys that said they wasn't going to come on, they left reasons why they weren't going to come on, right? So this is the funny names. Kasir F.E. Raj L. He says, I guess this was an answer. Starting with the first African-American Senate member, Hiram Rhodes Revels, served as a grand chaplain of the Prince Hall Lodge of Ohio. There go the boogeyman, putting himself under the royal arch, throwing away or hiding any knowledge of indigenous bloodlines in the so-called Negro, black, colored peoples. Our people think we all come from a foreign land by way of Europeans, partially due to the York and Scottish rights of England, granting powers to Albert Pike to open the U.S. Southern Lodges. People like Pike take pictures hiding their hand inside their lapels as a code that they had direct hand in the suppression of certain ancient history, like the existence of so-called Negroes, like my family, in this land thousands of years before Europeans were a pale people. Foreigners called us Negro de Terra, darkness of the land. This is why Prince Hall Masons speak against Noble Drew Ali in such disregard. He revealed that secret to our people, whom have forgotten who we were. All y'all Masons, are y'all Masons or something? Answer that. No, we're not. If we Brother Logic is a Mason, Brother Grimm is a former member of the lodge. But if we were, number one, find us where Noble Drew Ali revealed this secret about Negro de Terror, about Albert Pike hiding his hand because this was the hidden. This is Oswald Bates. Remember that guy from In Living Color?
That's
y'all?
right.
This is that Oswald Bates pseudo babble right here, where you just make up a whole bunch of. So I know because I've been there. But I broke myself out of it very, very early on when I started to see that my own arguments did not make any sense. And I was associating things based off of how they look with what I was learning. And I was like, nah, that can't be right and exact. There's nowhere in what Noble Drew Ali taught that went against Freemasonry. There was, a matter of fact, when you look at many of the early members, I believe the Cook Bay brothers were Freemasons. Kirkman Bay was a Freemason. Miliel was said to be a Freemason. Why? Because most of the Freemasons in that day were literate. They knew how to read and they knew how to write, period. So it would help Prophet Noble Drew Ali bring these people on board who could relay his teachings and message better because they knew how to read and they knew how to write. So how is it that Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish movement was somehow against Freemasonry, but this man had all of these Masons around him? This is just more pseudo babble to try to find answers to questions that they really just don't have. Ali asked the brother,
bingo,
what did the freedmen and women do between 1865 and 1877 that caused Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harm to human beings on earth? By the way, that Mason bull-ish doesn't work here. And his only response was, chill, rerun. You asked me that already. So
because you didn't answer.
I don't have to answer it. I don't have to answer your question with anything historical. I can make up some stuff. So one guy named Stoke the Moor, that sounds funny to me, brother. Stoke the Moor? I don't know. Y'all missed the mark big time. This same guy, damn, the Moors done pissed off the Prince Hall Freemasons. What's your nationality, Mason? Get your hands out of my pocket. So following more white supremacy, because it was white supremacists in the church that first went against Freemasonry. They don't even know the history of why there was a movement against Freemasonry in the first place in the United States of America. And it starts with the Christian church. Mad because many of their prominent members were joining their ranks. Read a book or watch a documentary on the subject instead of relying on some of these pseudos like Red Pill and Yaffa Bay and Asir Duca Tears and whoever of these other pseudos that be out here. I want to, before y'all, I just want to read through some of this, y'all. He said, because we brought up the movie Them. Look at what this guy says. If your example set was Henry from the show Them, the prophet's teaching show that Henry's own self-hatred caused him to move to an all-white neighborhood, West Compton, instead of East Compton, which was another Tulsa, placing Henry and the Emerys under their own people. So, brothers, please explain how wrong this.
I have a question, because there was one dude, I don't know if this Noble Nuth Atum Shavek L is the person that was talking a bunch of shit on that other guy's channel about what all he was going to do, and if he runs up on somebody over here in the street or whatever, get this nigga on the fucking line. I want to talk to this nigga. This is the nigga I want to talk to, because this the one that was, if this is the motherfucker that was talking all that shit on the other channel, put this bitch ass nigga on the line. Because I want him to run up on me. That's what I want.
Yeah. Oh, so that was the guy that was in the video talking about the muftis?
I don't know. I want to know if it is. If it is, I want him to come on.
Because we give out addresses, right, Ali? We give out addies.
Put this nigga. Yeah, he keeps saying that you blocked him. He keeps saying that you blocked him.
I can see all of his.
I see everything that he's saying too. Put this motherfucker on the line. Put him on the line.
Here's the link. Let's put this on again. This is the link, though. So you should be able to come on and show and prove. But I want you to get to because the series Them, although it is centered on a series based on horror and mystic Satan entities, etc., it's rooted in a real life situation. Ali, can you give a breakdown to that?
Yeah, it was something that happened in a town called Levittown, Pennsylvania. So if you look up what's known as the crisis in Levittown, this happened in 1954 or 64. Crisis. Go to YouTube, look up crisis in Levittown, and you'll see it. It was the actual story they used as the basis for them, the actual story of the family that moved to Levittown, Pennsylvania. And when they moved there, they experienced a bunch of racism from people who lived in that community. You understand? The only difference was their child didn't get killed. And I don't think the wife got raped. I think that was how they say, when you add on, when you add on to something, whatever. Anyway, yeah, but license, artistic license.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for. So anyway, that man, he was a former military man. He was a vet. He was an engineer, just like the brother from them. He had his wife and the two kids. I think they said two kids or three kids. The youngest one got killed, but he moved with his family there, his wife and his kids. And when he got there, it was a bunch of people outside the house protesting and doing, all of that kind of stuff that they showed in the movie or whatever. But they kind of just, like I said, did, use artistic license to add on to the movie or whatever. So that's it. But go ahead. Like, is Ish, you got Ish?
Well, I put the link in there. Nobody obviously is jumping on all these people talking about it. I want to still roll through this real quick. It's not that many. But in the movie, in the series Them, let me read what he said real quick again. If your example set was Henry from the show, this just goes to show you how ignorant a lot of these Moors are. And this guy's not a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America, for the record. We know who are members of the organization and who are not. He says, the prophet's teachings show that Henry's own self-hatred caused him to move to an all-white neighborhood. Now, if you watch the series,
never mind the trauma he experienced.
Yeah, that's right. That. If you watch the series, a group of devil whites, racists, devil crackers, whatever you want to call them, while he was out taking his daughter shopping, or at the movies, I believe it was, they were at the movies, trying to live that American life in North Carolina. While he was out, an old woman, and her sons came into the house. First she heard the baby crying. Then she said, "That's your baby?" And the woman was like, "Yes," the wife. She was like, "Give him to me. I want him." The sister like, "What?" They runs up in the sister's house. They find the baby. This old white devil chick puts the baby, a toddler, a newborn damn near, in a pillowcase. They start tossing the baby around, screaming, "Cat in the bag, cat in the bag." The baby is falling on the floor, hitting the ceiling, and all type of stuff. Two of these inbred devils are raping the sister while they're tossing her baby around. We got to understand the type of this is why that document, the divine warning, should be struck from the Moorish teachings, because it okays the Confederate atrocities against our people. This is why this brother with fix his Twitter fingers to say the prophet's teaching showed that Henry's own self-hatred caused. Forget the fact that he was an engineer and they needed his skill set in California. Number one. Number two, what I just described about what they did to his family, which was based on a true story. What's wrong with these people? Let's move down.
They victim blamers, man, and Confederate sympathizers, and they don't even know it.
That's right.
Here's a guy
That's right.
from Canada. That's a Jamaican that lives in Canada. A fake, what I call a faker Moor. Never been a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America, ever. He said, are any of you brother Prince Hall Freemasons? Because as we just described, they try to make it seem like Masons were the ones that took down Prophet Noble Drew Ali instead of the quote unquote dirty Moors that was inside the movement trying to take it over. Right. They don't want to talk about that. It had to be some outside force. Noble Drew Ali never spoke bad about Freemasons, ever. I asked him, are you from America? And he never answered the question at all. He never answered the question. Some guy talked about Trinidad and Tobago being permanent member states of the Organization of American States. That has nothing
to do with anything.
Nothing. It just shows nothing. And no, Ali Bey said this dude is some kind of Caribbean whose family ran from their country of origin and is now living in Canada, worrying about the affairs of people in the United States, pretending to be a member of. See, let me tell y'all. Y'all know we talk about politics on this platform, and at times we go at the escape routes that our people try to take to avoid the responsibility of doing what's right, which is becoming politically active. So at times we have to come on here and address these things, period. So let's get to some of this stuff. Are y'all Masons? Y'all forgot to address that one. See, it's just more of the same. I said, no, we're not Masons, but if we were, then what does that mean? And I asked him, will he come on? And, nah, he says he won't come on. I'm fine. I see how y'all do Moors. How do we do them? Because we won't let nobody come on and filibuster us and talk over us and cut us off. This is our platform. We're not going to let. That's right. And not answer the question. He said, I don't entertain connotative linguistic folly, which supports Black Prince Hall Masonry. I do actually support Black Prince Hall Masonry. I do. And I'm not a Prince Hall Mason. I'm not any kind of Mason at all. Because Prince Hall Masonry has done more for our people in this country than the Moorish Science Temple of America has done.
Oh,
and that's just the actual fact.
Can you talk about, some of that? What did they do?
Well, I was trying to pull up some things before the stream, but they've done a plethora of community work. I remember during Hurricane Katrina, Prince Hall Masons, their contributions were great. I don't know what the Moorish Science Temple of America contributed to the victims of Katrina or other hurricane victims. My brother Logic is in the chase of Prince Hall Freemason. What are you going to say about him? So this guy, Yusuf Talib Siraj El Bey, said Lord Abba is a straight agent. That's typical, right? So this guy named Raheem Jones, all of these guys are cowards. They don't want to come on the stream. You're right. He's an agent, classic COINTELPRO. And I want to address this, y'all. He joins so many different organizations, becomes a member, gets ranked and respect, then tears down said organization, causing confusion within the ranks of those he was once a member of. This guy was an NOI, 5%, Nation of Gods and Earth, Nuwapian, Moorish American, ADOS, etc., etc. He was once faithful in all, and at the end of the day, left all groups seeking to destroy them. Hashtag Judas and the Black Messiah. Okay, let me address this. I was born a 5%er. I didn't never join the 5%er because I was born into that. As I got older, I started reading the lessons, and the lessons didn't make sense to me on a historical level. Things that said,
man, tell him your father was one of the firstborn.
That's right. Well, he wasn't in the firstborn, the first 9, but my father joined with the movement started in 64. I think my father joined in 65. Or so my father was, no, not 65, I'm bugging. My father joined when he was, he joined in 65, if I'm not mistaken. My father was a little kid when he joined the 5% Nation, 12, 13 years old. So he wasn't in the firstborn, but he was in that first group of what they called the Medina Guards, the guards of the 5%ers of Brooklyn. So I didn't join them, but I started to question those things. I wrote a paper. Then I wrote a book called The 120 Questions to Ask a 5%er. When I left the Nuwaubians, I said, you know what? I've graduated this degree. There are many things that I'm starting to see that are not right and exact. The Nuwaubians attacked me. So then we had a back and forth. This guy started a group called 360 Questions to Ask a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America. This was a prominent member of the Nuwaubians. I went in the group. At question 22, he stopped, gave me props, and left out his own group because I answered every question that he had. The 5%ers are still standing. I had no rank in the 5%ers. I had no rank in the Nuwaubians. He said the Moorish Americans. The only rank I had in the Moorish Americans was the rank that I gave myself. That was it. That was one of the things they chided me for. Can y'all hear me? It sounded like my mic went out.
Yeah, we hear you good.
Okay.
Straight.
Cool. So Cato said post a fresh link in the chat.
Okay, let me post a fresh link. Let me post a fresh link. Y'all jump on. So let me just get through this real quick. When I was in the Moorish Science Temple of America, I was attacked for starting my own grand body. They felt threatened by me. This is a fact. There were other groups and grand bodies. Bratton Bay, Braswell Bay, Clifford Jackson L, Kennu Bay. Name them. You can name a dozen of them that ran their own grand bodies. They were all cool with each other. All of them. They really had nothing bad to say about each other. They only had something bad to say about me because I saw the movement as stagnant and I wanted to elevate it. I felt that it could be a tool in raising our people up from the state that they're in now, which is worse now than it was 10 years ago when I first joined the movement. So if I'm guilty of that, then fine. I didn't tear the organization down. What I eventually did was my brothers right here on this channel, me, Ali, and Grimm, we dug into the research and we found out that there is only one Moorish Science Temple of America. And it's headed by a brother named Jones Bay, R. Jones Bay.
Facts.
R. Jones Bay, right? So we joined that temple. In that temple, I was attacked for questioning people's interpretations online. Brother Serrano Bay is in the chat. I jumped on one of his chats and said, brother, I'm a part of the grand body now. I think it's time for us to put the Mealy L versus Kirkman Bay beef to rest. We got bigger fish to fry. And if he's honest, and I believe that he is, he'll say, yup. And some sister named White Bay or White L or Whitehead Bay start attacking me. I went at her. This guy named Hurt Bay, the grand governor, supposed to be a grand sheik, supposed to, an adept, as they say it, an adept, upholding the highest principles of the organization, said, you better put a muzzle on him, as if I'm a dog or something. And there were other things that went on that I did not like, and so I left the organization, point blank, period. So ADOS, let's talk about it.
Oh, we already
got videos on this channel. We joined in with them to help advance the conversation. That's exactly what we did. Go back on this channel. What did we do? We were attacked by Yvette Carnell, her minions, and her sidekick, Antonio Moore. Out of the blue, period. We were attacked. We didn't attack them. We elevated them. We elevated the whole movement. And we got the videos on our channel. So this is the lies that they have to tell themselves and tell the people to justify the facts that they can't answer the question. This guy said he rolls with Jose Piamenta Bay, who's a Moorish scholar. Bring him on the channel and see if he can answer up these simple questions that we ask. That's all you have to do. Forget all the rest of this stuff.
All right,
And if
go ahead.
If I'm lying, wait, one more. We got to get to this guy. Another faker Moor that runs a nondescript Moorish Science Temple of America titled I Am HH Temple. He says another sad and desperate attempt to try and discredit Prophet Drew Ali. Shaking my head. Allah is watching and you will all be held accountable for your unjust deeds. You got a guy on here. It could have been him.
Words, that's a veiled threat.
That's the veiled threat. That's right. Cursing me. May I meet death and suffrage. No, forget all of that. When people made videos about the Moorish movement, Lord Abba was the first one there. Period.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. Where were y'all? I Am HH Temple, Faker Moor. Where was you when I was battling these guys?
I know where I was at. I know where I was at.
That's right. Where was you? Where was any of these people commenting when I was on Sarnetta defending the Moorish movement? Where were y'all?
When we was at the National Black Theater, I know where I was at.
That's right. Ali Bey was at my side. Okay, so we got let's wait. Go ahead, Josh, and I'm gonna bring.
I just want to ask you a quick question.
I'll just see them in the noble.
Where does a prophet get his information?
I don't. Well,
no,
look.
Where does it when you say that somebody is a prophet? Where does a prophet normally get his information?
Supposedly from God.
Wait, this guy said you can't call yourself names. You can't talk about names if you call yourself Lord Abba. I'll give you that one. But Lord Abba is a part of my old 5% name. It's an old screen name. My name is Naheem. That's the name I was born with, my 5% name, Naheem. And I did have one of those silly names, Nebu Abba Ray El Bey. I admitted that on this platform several times that it was a silly name, period. Okay, so
the reason why I asked the question, where does a prophet normally get his information from? You would have to say that the information that's presented is pro-confederate perspective in terms of the divine one, right?
Oh yeah.
So is that what the prophet got from Allah? Or will we think about what is white? White means purity. Purity means God, and God is the ruler of the land. So who was the God in this scenario? That just came to me. We was talking earlier.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
So indeed. Look, we got Brother Ish on. Peace to the Brother Ish.
Peace, family. How y'all doing tonight?
We're doing great. But damn, Grim, my bad. Sir. I didn't see your screen that you had pulled up.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that Freedman, man. If before you allow.
All right. Yeah, Brother Ish. I didn't see Grim's screen. All right. So the Noble Noom. Noble Noom. You're having connection issues, brother. But we're hoping you can get through. We are really. Yeah, go ahead.
Indeed, I just want to get through. Because here, and I'm glad Ish on because I want to address this here, and I want him to be on when I say that because he know a lot of these people know, a lot of this stuff is aimed at myself because that's the only reason they talking about it because they knew that I'm not active in anything right now, and the bottom line is that a lot of these dudes knew that I was a Mason when I was in the MSTA and so on and so forth, right? So the bottom line is this, and I'm glad you here to hear this too, Ish. That brother right there on that screen, that brother Naheem is sharing
down
right now,
so they can see him.
That's Martin R. Delaney, right? A freedman and a commissioned officer in the Union forces. And you can see the brother standing there in camp with the American flag dressed in his uniform. This man was a Freemason, Martin R. Delaney. Now, they always talking about Masons are concealers of truth and the history of our people. I want to read from a document, a Masonic document, right, about what Martin R. Delaney said about Freemasonry, its origins, and its true nature, and how it's connected to our people. You follow what I'm saying to you? I want to read some excerpts from this thing real quick. Now, this is titled The Origin and Objects of Ancient Freemasonry, right? And for all those guys who talk about Masons hide the truth. Now, this dude was a freedman. One of the very people who Noble Drew Ali said caused, who fought against the Southerners for all these great abuses. Y'all seen him in uniform, right? So
we got some. Hold on, Grim.
Huh?
My bad. Somebody said he was also a Pan-Africanist. I'm gonna get to that during our debate. I don't know if that's Rob Bowen, but I'm Martin Delaney is a focus of part of my presentation. Go ahead, Grim.
Well, I'm gonna say this about Pan-Africanism real quick, and then I'm not going. If somebody's kicking your ass without no remorse, and you think leaving here is the solution, that was the solution that some of them people thought at the time. Let's get the hell out of here. It ain't had nothing to necessarily to do with these concepts and that a lot of these people had. Man, people was just looking for whatever that they can get. That he just did an exploration there. But if I'm not mistaken, Martin R. Delaney lived and died right here in this country. He could have stayed there when he did his exploration trip. But anyway, I don't want to get distracted by that. Now, this is what some of the things that Martin R. Delaney had to say about Freemasonry. And I just want to, he was a Prince Hall Freemason. And I just want to get to the meat of it real quick, because these guys always talking about, well, most Black Masons are not that studied in their fraternal order anyway. Most Black Masons don't even know what the fuck a Moorish Science Temple is, to be honest with you. I'm just being straight up honest. These dudes ain't even thinking about no fucking Moors, you know? So let me just read something real quick. Now, this is a Black brother talking about, now these dudes always talking about Egypt and so on and so forth, right? This is what Martin R. Delaney had to say about Masonry. He said, in the earliest period of the Egyptian and Ethiopian dynasties, the institution of Masonry was first established. Now, here's a freedman telling other freedmen that Freemasonry was established in Egypt and Ethiopia, i.e. Africa. Now, how is this man concealing the truth when he's telling them that the fraternal order itself originated with African, Egyptian, and Ethiopian dynasties? Talk
to him, Graham.
You follow him? Now, this is not my words. This is the words of Martin R. Delaney, a freedman. You follow what I'm saying? Let me go to some more that he said up in there about our people in regards to. See, these dudes don't study, bro.
That's right.
They don't study and they don't research. He also said, we scroll through because I don't want to take up too much of the time, right? He said, previous to the building of the temple, Masonry was only allegorical, consisting of a scientific systems of theories taught through the medium of Egypt, Ethiopia, and Assyria, and other Oriental hieroglyphs understood only by the priesthood and the chosen few. You follow? All the sovereign members of the royal family were Masons, because each of the royal households had necessity to be educated in the rituals of the priesthood. So he's among nations of the ancient priestesses were common, as is known to the erudite in history. The Candaces, of the Queen of Sheba, was a high priestess in her realm. So he's basically breaking down how the craft of Freemasonry originated with our people. One more quote out this demonstration. Give me 1 second.
Make sure y'all hit that like button, family. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel. This is what we do on Be the Power, aka just the facts. That's all we do is just the facts.
I'm just basically breaking down real quick from a freedman who was born amongst us, who was a veteran and a commissioned officer for our people fighting, breaking down where masonry come from. Now, what is God that man should be in his image? What knowledge should a man obtain in order to be like God? This is Martin Delaney, a damn ex-slave, breaking down supreme wisdom. The wisdom was possessed, in the remotest period by the wise men of Egypt and Ethiopia and handed down only through the priesthoods to the recipients of their favor, the mass of mankind being ignorant of their own nature, consequently prone to rebel against their greatest and best interests. This is the masonry that our ancestors was talking about. And here these niggas want to give the European a pass and call us concealers, when here we have people way in the fucking 1800s talking about masonry evolved in Africa. He said the Ethiopians earlier adduced the doctrine and believed in the Trinity of the Godhead. Though heathens, their mythology was of a high and pure order, agreeing in regard to the attributes of the deity with the doctrine be of Christians in after ages, as is beautifully shown in the person of Jupiter Ammon. In other words, Amun-Ra. The great god of Egypt and Ethiopia, who was assigned a power over heaven, earth, and hell, as well as over the other gods, thereby acknowledging his omnipotence, so on and so forth. You follow what I'm saying? And I'm just using this document. These the people that Noble Drew Ali said cause sin. And here they talking about our history in Freemasonry. Y'all get what I'm so? Yeah. Why the fuck are these guys so hard on talking about y'all must be Masons, y'all must be concealers? Yeah, they got black Masons telling you the shit come from out of the fucking Africa.
That's right.
These guys are stupid as fuck, man. And I'm done.
No doubt. All right, yo, brother. We got brother Ish in the building. Brother Ish, welcome to Be the Power. You made some statements in the chat. Now you already know we gotta pull you on the stage and have you shed some light on what you're talking about with the pale Moors. First define and describe what a pale Moor is, and then give us some historical background so we could get a better understanding of what you mean, brother.
Absolutely. First, I want to thank Brother Grimm for that breakdown too. That's excellent.
Oh, wait. I gotta give a shout out to my brother Marlon Watson, who is walking from Chicago to Washington, D.C. Walking, family. And in his walk, he's making people aware of reparations, but the walk is about, stopping violence and having violence considered, or having the federal government recognize violence as hood violence, especially a mental health issue. Crisis. That's right. So I just had to give that shout out real quick. Go ahead, brother Ish.
No, that's definitely worthy of a shout out. Absolutely. I want to thank Brother Grimm for the way he broke that down also. I posted in your chat room a name of a book that's by Martin R. Delaney. I got it in 1992, but it's a very informative book. It's called A Condition, Elevation, Immigration of Destiny of the Colored People of the United States. It was written by Martin R. Delaney in 1852. It's a very good book. And also in that book, he identifies that we are a nation within a nation, unquote. So he wasn't trying to lift us off of this land and take us somewhere else. He makes it clear in that particular book that we are a nation within a nation. So that's ownership of here, okay, being ingrained in the fabric here. So thank you for that breakdown, brother. So what I was talking about was I sent you and also brother Ali Bey two things on the Facebook on your inbox. I sent you a video clip that I posted on the back chat. If someone can just post up the video clip, it'll add context to what I'm saying. It's only a minute long.
I don't.
So
you sent it to my other page.
Okay, but I sent it on the video link is on your back chat. So if you could just post the video link, it'll add context to what I'm talking about, of identifying the pale Moors and them being at the ground level of how Jim Crow was applied to us, not Freedmen, okay, and not Moors that we know of. These were pale Moors. So is someone able to play that video clip just so the public can get context to what we're discussing?
Yeah.
You got it, or you want me to do it?
Yeah, can you pull it up, Ali? Because I think you sent it to my other page.
It's in the back chat of the StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on.
It's the last link that he put in there. You see it in the private chat?
Yeah, definitely. All right. So hold on. Let me.
I'm patiently waiting.
Yeah, we got you, bro. After Ish does this, we're gonna bring you on, and you get to answer.
Yeah, no problem. Peace and love, brother.
Yeah, you could bring whoever's in the background on too.
Oh, that's my wife. That's my wife, man. You know, she in there doing her wifely things. You know?
Okay. I thought it was somebody shooting at us. No doubt. All right, let's play this video and have Ish go in on this, and then we're gonna bring you on, brother.
So as you can see, it's the Confederate flag right there. And it's gonna break down exactly who this is. All right, so that's pretty much what the clip is itself.
All right, so
But
please.
I just want to add what that is.
Yeah, because I didn't see anything that.
No problem. I'll break it down.
That qualified him being.
Hold your britches. I'll put you. No, I'm just joking, bro. All right. So the person's name is David Levy Yulee, and he was an American politician and an attorney. He was born in St. Thomas under the British control, and he was a Sephardic Jew of Moroccan origin, and his mother was from Europe. Now, Yulee was in favor of slavery and the succession of Florida after the Civil War. He was imprisoned at Fort Pulaski, as they said on there, for 9 months, having aided the escape of Confederate President Jefferson Davis. So he helped Jefferson Davis escape. After being pardoned by Andrew Johnson, President Andrew Johnson, he returned to Florida because he was a railroad baron. Now, David Yulee's grandfather was a respected man within the Moroccan Jewish community and the royal courts. He served as one of the 7 Jewish undersecretaries of the treasury of the Sultan, Sodi Muhammad ibn Abdullah, who ruled Morocco from 1757 to 1790. Now, Yulee's grandfather was one of the people who helped sign the United States' first treaty with a foreign country, namely Morocco. So his grandfather signed the Moroccan treaty. Stone recalls that Elihu played a major role in the first Barbary Treaty signed with the United States in 1786, referring to the Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship. So this is a very instrumental person who was running Florida, who was a pale Moor. His grandfather literally signed the treaty. It was a blanket violation. If he's signing the treaty of the Moroccan peace and friendship that says you're not supposed to be enslaving people, he was an architect of slaving people. So in other words, this is not just a lightweight thing. This element, this Moorish element, is something that was taking place in the South. We know that the Jews, not only the Jews, but we know that the Ku Klux Klan was established because of the Freedmen's Bureau. There was an abundance of land and things that were being disseminated to our people of what we were rightly supposed to deserve. But they were setting up white citizens councils. They were setting up the Ku Klux Klan as an active element in order to destroy and to retard our growth because they knew what we were entitled to. So it was the exact opposite. Our people were not responsible for Jim Crow. We were the people that were being inflicted by the laws of Jim Crow that was being backed by the United States government. So I just wanted to add that perspective that there was a Moorish element of it, but it was a pale Moorish element, not our people. That's what I wanted to clarify.
All right.
Also, the Daughters of the Republic has something to do with that. Also,
Yeah, but that's a different argument. No, just
okay,
we got you. No, yeah, brother Ish. I was trying to pull up this link. I thought I had it bookmarked. It may be that page may be down, and it's about
what link
Zionists in Morocco. You remember that?
Oh
link,
yes,
Ali? Yeah. So
I know Grim wanted to add on to this too, but yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I like to call them pale Moors. I don't think that that's an appropriate term because these people were transplants to the region. So,
all right. Well, how about this?
Mm-hmm.
You can look up the. In fact, I'll send you the link. The link is called Railroad Baron, Fire Eater, and Alien Jew. On page 12, it reads, confusion and contradiction surrounds Yuli's Jewish identity, particularly in relation to his ancestry. Articles in Philadelphia Times and the New York Times claim Yuli's grandfather was a self-exiled Moor who had repudiated the Mohammedan for the Jewish faith, then forced to flee Morocco. Yuli's father, religiously Jewish, married an English lady of good family. So his grandfather and his family were already identified as self-exiled Moors. They're the signers of the Moorish treaty. How are they anything other?
Okay, cool. I think that's something that I would definitely have to look up. What's the name of that source again?
It's called Railroad Baron, Fire Eater, and Alien Jew.
Okay, and
I'm posting the link up in your.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I'm gonna check that. You said he was the founder of the Confederacy.
He was the senator. He was the founding senator of Florida, which was, of course, the stronghold of the Confederacy.
Hey, can I address something?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Grim.
Here's the unfairness in that, and I appreciate brother Ishmael Bey's research in that regard. But here's the thing: you can't take one man with Moroccan Jewish heritage, right, and then say that all of the Confederates, all of its leaders, all of its generals were pale Moors. Now, basically, what you have is somebody from an elite family or elite family. Yeah, they were here. They may have been a party to the Moroccan peace and friendship treaty. But here's the thing. We have to talk about this. Moors put more emphasis in that particular document to solidify or legitimize Moorish existence. That document was in existence when other black people was being brought over here to America and didn't affect us. We talked about that. Prince Abdul Rahman tried to use it, and they wanted to put him back into slavery when they found out he wasn't, in particular, a subject of the Emperor of Morocco. Now, let's talk about why the Moroccan Peace and Friendship Treaty came about. That wasn't a pro-black thing or a pro-Moorish thing. It was extremely political. Why? Because the only interest that the sultans had in the United States of America was the fact that at the time in Morocco, there was a famine, a corn famine, and they were having problems producing food. So the sultans, if you will, basically made a treaty with America so they can begin to trade in goods. But those treaties didn't affect people that wasn't
subjects of
the Emperor of Morocco. So it's not something, it's not a document to be treasured. So now let me address the whole Moroccan Jew thing. Now, Abba touched on it. Like the Moroccan Jews basically embedded themselves in the area, and at many times those people were under the protection of the Moors, but those people per se were not quote unquote white Moors. They were Moroccan Jews for whatever reason around the world. The Jews being persecuted found their home in Morocco. So we're not talking about indigenous Africans. You follow what I'm saying? Or indigenous Moors. So it's kind of like acrobatics, if you will, to make that connection to say that all of these people, because you would have to say Jefferson Davis was a white Moor, Robert E. Lee was a white Moor, Albert Pike was a white Moor. So basically, you probably have some rich Moroccan Jew who was able to embed themselves in America and become influential in politics. So really, to find that one man's Moroccan Jewish heritage and say that the Confederacy was something of a white Moorish creation, because they're pointing out now. See, even another document that where they call the man a Moor. You know, we know that sometimes these terms were taken and using not in the true context, but used very loosely. So because he was a Moroccan Jew, you see what I'm saying? They turned around in that document that you have and called him a Moor. You see what I'm saying? So when people who support that ideology will see some of these things, they'll say, oh, that man was a Moor. The Confederacy was a Moorish thing. When in actuality, all reading of the Constitution of the Confederacy, the Confederate States of America, Brother Ishmael, was sought to keep people like that look like you, me, and everybody on this panel into chattel slavery. There's nothing good to brag about, because one Moroccan Jew was part of this whole issue of white supremacy. I'm gonna say this last. Donald Trump. You can go to those conventions and you'll see they have people at Donald Trump conventions lined up with yarmulkes on. Because in some cases, those people, though Jewish, have the concepts and the ideas to support white supremacy. And even some of the Jewish, and I can go into this, even some of the Jewish literature, while those people were living on the continent, talking about some of the Moroccan Jews, some of those people's theological writings are replete with anti-black racism. And that's all I got to say.
All right. Well, Brother Ish, if you want to rebuttal.
If I may.
Okay.
I think somewhere lost in.
We're going to bring you on right after this.
Somewhere lost in translation is you thinking that I'm having some type of opposing view of you. when it's actually the opposite. So I would say, check that, because what I'm saying is that he wasn't just a Jew or just a Moor by name. If his grandfather signed the document, that means that he's a Moroccan, a Moor, because he signed the treaty that's acknowledged till this day. Also, you're ignoring the elements that President Andrew Jackson was a sworn citizen of Spain. He was not a United States citizen when he was the president of the United States. If he was a sworn citizen of Spain, and there was no such thing as dual citizenship at that time, then he renounced his position. And if you're a sworn citizen of Spain that are removing indigenous populations to a whole nother part of the United States for the purpose of stealing their indigenous land, then you're an agent of who? And who are you waging this war against? You find presidents of the United States that came after him acknowledging the fact that Moors were being held on plantations in the South. That was stated exactly that way by John Quincy Adams. So there's a whole element of this history that you're not going on, but I'm in agreement with you that it was not our people that caused Jim Crow. It was pale people coming in the name of being Moors that were doing this. They had Moorish ancestry, but
how
they
were coming
pale.
in the name of Moors? They didn't frame anything in building the Confederate Empire around or about anything
senator,
being a Moor.
Because he was a United States senator, bro. If he's a United States senator,
you're not understanding what I just said. You're basically what you just. I'm not saying exactly what you said, but you're basically saying that something in the Confederacy was surrounded being a Moor when it was nothing in the Confederacy that had any interest in anything in dealing in the Moors. You keep talking about that they signed the peace and friendship treaty. All of that stuff is irrelevant to the fact of the subjugation of our people and their desire to keep them in slavery. This portion of the history, the Civil War history, you can't take, my brother, you can't take one Jew or pale Jew and then say, well, he was a Moroccan Moor.
Agreed.
He was a Jew. You understand? Those people were not indigenous to that area. And those people didn't have any type of connection to people like you and I.
right? But brother, do you understand the fact that he's the poster child of the Confederacy? It's not me putting the Confederate flag all over that video.
He's one individual, just like Hitler. Just like Hitler had a bunch of officials that some Nazi sympathizers may honor. They had a bunch of people involved in this. One brother came on the show, and he tried to say that he kind of used a analogy kind of similar to yours. I mean, I'm not saying that you're not in agreement with me, but he said kind of something similar where he brought up P.T. Beauregard. And he said that they call him the little black or the little Creole. And we basically brought that down. You can't take these individualistic situations with one individual and say that covered the origins and the intent, if you will, of what became the Confederacy. And that's kind of like unfair. And,
no, I'm saying that he was instrumental in the construct. I'm not saying that he's the
I gotta say,
of it.
brother, it's
I'm
your
saying
initial
he's a part of it.
Your initial comment made it seem as if pale Moors founded the Confederacy. That's what we brought you on here to argue about.
Yes, sir. and I'm not dissing you. So when you say you need to check that, I'm just saying because basically,
no,
man,
I mean, you were taking an opposing view when I was actually coming in to show that element of what they're saying. When they say that there was a Moorish element of that, I was pointing out an example of that Moorish element of it when that's being stated.
Right.
It's not our people that are the Moors that were doing it. It's not the freedmen that were doing it either.
Right.
There was an element that were Moorish, but that was the element that played a part in that.
And I got you on that. But the bottom line is this, that, and as you know, I was a follower of Noble Drew Ali.
Of course.
The bottom line is that you may not have said that, but Noble Drew Ali said it. And that's who these people are following, my brother. But I mean, right. We're not gonna, I'm not gonna go all night, but I'm just saying that, you know, to point out, and then on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, that clip said they poisoned him because he was a Jew. Am I correct?
It was saying that they were saying that the Yankees were attacking him because they were anti-Semitic and that they hated Jews. So this was a pro-Confederate person because they used him as their hero. So they were saying the Yankees were anti-Semitic.
That's the danger of these taking these little small instances and making them cover the whole. Because I'm pretty sure if I go back and do the research, you follow what I'm saying? I'll find anti-Semitic Northerners and anti-Semitic Southerners. You follow what I'm saying? We can't take that and say, well, I know you're not saying that, but I'm just making an example.
I feel you. I feel you.
You can't say that.
Yes, I agree with you.
That they killed this guy because he was a Moor, when they really killed him because he was a Jew, and those people were Christians who held anti-Semitic views. And I used to do the same thing as you. That in research, when I found little things, I made them the whole of the part. And these are the things we can't do no more because,
Brother Garem, you know I don't deal with absolutes. Again,
right.
I'm dealing with that element. When they talk about it, I was identifying that element that they're talking about, bro. I don't speak in absolutes. You know that.
Indeed.
All
I'm
right,
gonna fall back.
All right, I want to get Noble Noon Atum.
Noble Noon, thank y'all, family. Thank you for having me on, and I'm gonna continue to support y'all. So thank you so much, y'all.
Definitely,
I appreciate
brother,
y'all.
Definitely. Peace,
all right.
brother.
Thanks for coming on, bro.
Absolutely.
Islam, peace and love.
All right, Islam, Noble Noon. The question on the table is, what did the Freedmen do between the years? What was the years, Ali?
1865, the year of emancipation with the 13th Amendment, and 1877, which was the end of Reconstruction and the beginning of Jim Crow.
What did the Freedmen do, our ancestors, to bring about Jim Crowism during the time of 1865 and 1877? That's the question that's on the
nothing.
table. They did nothing?
They did nothing to bring about Jim Crow.
So he's in agreement with us.
Okay, so you agree.
I thought the brother was going to
let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
But from my understanding, what the Prophet Noble Drew Ali was talking about is pretty much what he foresaw what we are doing right now.
No.
What I need is to talk.
No,
that's all I'm asking.
No, we're not gonna do that. This is our platform.
So all right, go ahead.
We're gonna control the flow of our platform. If
all
you
right,
make a statement, we have the right. Because this is our platform to interject. We're not doing it rudely. We're doing it because you're making a statement. So let me read.
But bro said I threatened him on Cujo's channel.
No, I said I didn't know who it was. I don't, because there was nobody's face.
You cussed me out, brother. You cussed me out. You said, Noble Drew said this.
No. I said
that's why I came to address.
If this is the guy that was on that channel talking about cutting niggas' necks and heads off and shit, that I said I wanted to talk to that dude. That's what I said. But you said you're not the guy, so that's that.
So, all right, so let's get back to it.
Noble Noon. Let me read what Noble Drew Ali said again.
I know it. I already know it.
All right, but I still want to read it again. For
the divine warning to nations.
Okay, I still want to read it
again.
I'm looking at it.
I got it right now in my hand.
I'm still going to read it again, brother. You're still going on. So then when we bring people on and they just...
I'm going to read it with you. That's all I'm saying. I'm just going to read it with you. That's all I'm reading with you.
Mute. when we bring people on and they keep talking and talking and talking, and then we keep muting and muting and muting them, we get accused of being unfair. How are we being unfair when I keep saying I'm about to read something and the brother keeps interrupting and interjecting? Like, that's not being unfair. You're gonna get muted, period.
I apologize, brother. My fault. I'm sorry.
Let me read this. Okay.
I apologize.
This dude is crazy. All right. It says, let me see where I want to start from. Let me start from here. Let's read the whole quote. So not the whole quote, just this portion. So I, the prophet, am hereby calling aloud with a divine plea to all true American citizens to help me to remove this great sin which has been committed and is being practiced by my people in the United States of America, because they know it is not the true and divine way. And without understanding, they have fallen from the true light into utter darkness of sin. And there is not a nation on earth today that will recognize them socially, religiously, politically, or economically, etc., in their present condition of their endeavorment, in which they themselves try to force upon a civilized world. They will not refrain from their simple ways of action and their deeds. Their deeds, he says, meaning the deeds of our ancestors, have brought Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that everything that brings harm to human beings on earth. And they have fought the Southerner for all these great misuses. But I have traveled in the South and have examined conditions there. And it is the works of my people continuously practicing the things which bring dishonor, disgrace, and disrespect to any nation that lives the life. So first, let's frame this question again.
Right.
Let's frame it. What did I, because you said he foresaw this, the first part, he speaks definitively about what our people did after Reconstruction, which brought about Jim Crowism in 1877. So that wasn't a foreseeing, that was retrospect, right? He's speaking in retrospect, right? Okay, hold on. He says, and they fought the Southerners for all these great misuses, but I have traveled in the South and have examined conditions there. And it is the works of my people continuously practicing the things which bring dishonor, disgrace, and disrespect. Now, this means that in between, let's just say between 1913 and 1929, when he passes, we know that he goes and visits Marcus Garvey in 1927, in October of 9. So we know that he has been to the South. We have the postcard that shows that Noble Drew Ali does go to visit Garvey, which means that he was in the South. He was in the South. So what he's saying here is contemporaneous with what he
the time
claims that he saw. That's right, with the time. At the time. So we need you to answer the question. Okay. How did what he see contribute to Jim Crowism? Okay. And the things that bring dishonor, disgrace, and disrespect. Now, just before you answer, I want to give a quick reference. Okay. When Jack Johnson, the heavyweight champion at that time, defeated a man by the name of Jeffries. I always forget his first name. This is where you get the term the Great White Hope from. You know, that term has been around for a minute, the Great White Hope. It's where you get it from. When Jack Johnson defeated him, the Klan went absolutely crazy. This is the early 1900s. This is during the time that Prophet Noble Drew Ali is doing his missionary work. The Klan were going in the streets and regular white citizens cutting the throats of quote unquote Negroes for celebrating the victory of Jack Johnson. How then? How did they bring this upon themselves? What made it different from celebrating in the South the victory of Jack Johnson and celebrating it in the North? Give us some context, brother.
Okay, so I wasn't born in that time, so I couldn't possibly began to see what Noble Drew Ali saw at that time, knowing that what he knew, being an adept and going through the certain mystery
No,
schools.
brother.
No, can I
No.
finish? You wouldn't let me.
We
I
need
could never
answers,
finish.
brother.
I'm about to give you an answer. I'm just going up into
That
what
don't
I'm
got nothing to
saying.
do with Noble Drew Ali being
But this
in
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: our people in the state of mind that they were in, fresh out of Reconstruction and fresh out of slavery and all of that, they didn't want to let go of quote unquote their slave master. They wanted to be with the white man. They didn't want to let go of their woman. They want to let go of their food. They want to let go of none of this.
Give us a reference. Wait, give us a reference.
What you mean give you a reference?
Well, give us like the last live stream we did. I read from the book The Bloody Shirt. I spoke about let me give you a reference. This is the book, right? This is what's called giving a reference, right? Southern states would know for 100 years to come. Among them dead were more than, matter of fact, let's go back. A ball fact, more than 3,000 freedmen. This is what the book says. More than 3,000 freedmen and their white Republican allies were murdered in the campaign of terrorist violence that overthrew the only representatively elected governments the Southern states would know for 100 years ago. I don't even need to read no more. Over 3,000 freedmen and their allies. Yeah. So that's a reference. That's what you. So I'm asking you to give us a reference that Prophet Noble Drew Ali is. Wait, hold on, real quick, Grip. What Prophet Noble Drew Ali
is how y'all do, guess.
Wait, hold on, brother.
You
we
good?
Need a reference.
You good?
I didn't disrespect nobody. I'll come up here as a guest.
No, you're not getting disrespected, my brother, and I appreciate, man, how
I'm trying to answer y'all questions.
Yeah, you already answered the question earlier. You basically said, and that's why I kind of wanted to jump in, because when you first came on, brother, man, you said the freedmen did nothing.
Noble news.
I'm sorry.
Noble news.
Noble news. Okay.
Yes.
All right, bro. We'll leave that one alone.
Okay.
Out of respect.
That's fine. That's
now,
okay.
The thing is, when you came on, brother, you said
that's cool.
You said that the freedmen did nothing. And then you kind of started to kind of teeter from your original answer, and you started trying to bring up the fact of how they thought and all of this kind of stuff. But
no, you said the Freedmen. I'm talking about Noble Drew Ali. You said the Freedmen. I said they did nothing. You know what I'm saying?
You said the Freedmen did nothing because that's the question.
That's what I said.
The question is, Noble Drew Ali said, basically the Freedmen.
He didn't say that in the divine warning. He didn't say that. He did not say nothing about Freedmen in there.
When he talk about our people and he's talking about the Reconstruction era, he's
Lord Abba, read it again so he can get it. Because he did not say Freedmen in the divine. He didn't say that. Come on, man.
I was giving you respect. Now you gonna start playing these little narcissistic bullshit nigga Moor games. And I'm trying to give you respect, because you basically already fucking conceded the fact that the freedmen did nothing. And when we say the word freedmen, the term freedmen is a term that's in law that applied to the people who were living in the time that Noble Drew Ali is referencing when he's talking in the divine warning about those who fought the Southerners for all these great misuses or abuses or whatever he said. So when I say freedmen, I'm not saying he had the word freedman in the fucking document. I'm saying that he basically are talking about the people that they call freedmen. So, bro, and that's the fucking shit, bro, that I hate. And I was trying to give you credit, bro. And the fucking narcissistic bullshit about, hey, I'm gonna read it to him so he can understand. Nigga, let me tell you a fucking secret.
Can I talk now?
No, nigga, you fucking can't talk now. I woke a lot of these brothers up to this fucking knowledge. So how the fuck you gonna sit here and tell Albert to read some shit to me so what I can understand. And I was trying to give it you the thing,
I
bro.
see how y'all get down. I'm out of here, man. Y'all be
Yeah,
Beat
get
peace
it,
the
man.
and
fuck.
Don't
love, man.
jump back on here because you don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
don't
No, you
leave.
won't let me talk.
Get out of here. Bye.
Damn. I want to
Yeah,
get
get
him.
out of here. No, go ahead, brother Cato. Go
I
ahead, brother
was
Cato.
damn, I wanted to really iterate this guy. I was going to say I'm not shocked because I deal with this all the time on Twitter, but I was going to like ask this guy. He's never heard of sharecropping. He never heard of debtors prison.
Facts.
He never heard of black codes. I'm like, I don't know Noble Drew Ali. All this is new to me. I don't know Noble Drew Ali. Hell, I barely know Muhammad Ali. But I was just gonna ask this guy, like, he never heard of those things. And when he talked about we didn't want to let go of white people, we did our best to stay away from them. The
That's a
first
fact.
thing our people
Right.
did after the Civil War, and this is proof, the first thing our people did after the Civil War was two things. One, we went to try to find loved ones that were sold. And the reason I know that, because here in Savannah, Georgia, this is where the weeping time took place. And for those who may not know about the weeping time, it's the largest sale of human beings ever in the United States of America. They sold almost 500 of our damn people. This guy woke me up. I was about to go to bed. This guy woke me up. So I have to do right on. They sold almost 500 of our people. And it rained, unprecedented rainfall as far as recorded at the time. It rained up until the water reached the waist of everyone in Savannah, Georgia, in the urban area. And after the last person was sold, which was one of our people, a young black kid, it was a young black boy, the rain suddenly stopped. And people say that, you know, the heavens were crying. Well, I wish the heavens would have done something, but that's the whole other story. So, and so here it was documented that the first thing a lot of people in Savannah, Georgia did was go to try to find their loved ones that were sold. And that's why I know that history, because it's taught here quite often. And the second thing they did was to get the hell away from white people when they could, to try and form their own communities, which they did, which, as like Josh brought up, they went to some of these towns that were devastated by the Civil War, and they made them successful towns. Now, yes, there were some black people that were our ancestors, the freedmen, that chose to stay on their plantations. And I'm not even going to judge them harshly, because what other option did they have? They had nothing. They weren't educated. They had no resources. And that was the only life they knew. And that's where sharecropping came about, which, by the way, was just another form of chattel slavery. So I was just going to ask this guy, had he never heard of these things? Because, I mean, I don't know much about
brother Cato. Let me say, brother Cato, he doesn't care about hearing these things or not. I'll probably never bring this guy back on the platform. And you said something interesting which goes into the historical records, right? And let me pull this up.
Right.
This is from the Guardian. Guardian.com.
Before you go into that, bro,
let me just read the headline real quick, Grim. How the end of slavery led to starvation and death for millions of black Americans. Like, so yeah, some people did choose to stay because it was like, okay, we done walked hundreds of miles and half of us done dropped dead from hunger. We gotta go back somewhere to eat. No land, no food, no
40
land,
acres and
no
a mule reneged, all that.
That's right. Go ahead, Grim.
And I wanted to address, you know, like I was trying to be respectful, and when they start to do that narcissistic, sociopathic Moor shit, that's what pisses me the fuck off. Now, see, I don't agree with everything Ishmael said. You follow what I'm saying? But we had a civilized fucking discourse.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? And you know, the bottom line is this. The brother was talking about how, like what Cato was addressing, the brother was talking about they didn't want to leave the white man. They didn't want, motherfucker, Noble Drew Ali didn't want to leave the white man. You follow what I'm saying? He may have wanted like some kind of little community or something. But the bottom line is this. The nigga flew the American fucking flag. he made fucking statements that was antithetical to the man he said was his fucking harbinger, which is who? Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was trying to get people to go back to Africa. Noble Drew Ali said, this is not a back to Africa movement.
That's
Then
right.
in the fucking article that we are criticizing right now, he called these motherfuckers civilized and basically insinuated that our people wasn't. You see what I'm saying? So we have to deal with the facts here, man. Like the straight facts, people. The bottom line is the okay, let's talk about the slaves. Now, how the fuck you gonna say somebody didn't want to separate when our father, Frederick Douglass, who was the leader of our people at the time, the supreme leader of the freedmen, wasn't calling for no separation. In fact, Frederick Douglass was the one who put together the supreme speech proving that slavery as an institution itself was fucking unconstitutional.
That's right.
Now, nobody was, a few people may have wanted to get away from the oppression and went to Africa, went to places like Liberia, established Liberia, but you are fucking accusing and blaming people for doing some shit when people was fucking free from slavery without fucking half the fucking knowledge that we have now. And you gonna tell them that, oh man, they didn't want to separate from the white man. The article Naheem just put up, the article Naheem just put up says it all. People was dying and starving. You talk about man, get the fuck out of here.
If y'all can find a speech from Robert Smalls, the paper is no longer in print, but it was printed here in Beaufort. I forgot what it's called, the Beaufort something. Robert Smalls said, I forgot the number, that over, and don't quote me, but over 300,000 Negroes had been killed. And he made that speech only a few years after the Civil War had ended. Another thing that people don't know, because I did some research on Liberia, which, by the way, our people that went to Liberia get a bad rap. People say, oh, they went there and enslaved the lay natives. No, actually, some of the natives there were still practicing the slave trade, and that's what started the war. And the slavery that we say they started, I know this is off topic, I'll get back to the topic, that we claim they started, it was also printed that the United Nations went and lied and said that they were enslaving people on the rubber plantations. That's a whole other story. I do want to say, though, that also in the Beaufort, I forgot what it was called, Robert Smalls mentioned that a lot of our people were being murdered, but I don't know if it was federal or not, but I know in Georgia and South Carolina, they not only had debt towards prison, they had vagrancy laws where a black person literally cannot be seen wandering around, or they'll be considered a vagrant if you put in prison. Some of our people are literally forced back on the plantation, the same way they were sometimes forced to go to Liberia. Sometimes our people were told, if they were a rebellious slave, they were told, if you want to be free, you have to go to Liberia. That was the only condition. That's why Ty Harper and I sort of disagreed on that point, because a lot of people were put in a bad situation. They were told to choose either the pot or the frying pan, and really they were given a bad situation. So I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Noble Nu Atum Shevek El. I'm not sure what point you were trying to make, but you already lost me. When
his name is Jerome. His name is Jerome Johnson.
Okay, Jerome Johnson, you lost me. We didn't want to let the white people go. Are you insane? We tried to get the hell away from them. And here is proof. I have land from Special Field Order 15 in my family. It doesn't do us any good because we spent thousands of dollars trying to keep it whole as its heirs property. But a stipulation of Special Field Order 15, which now is the Gullah Geechee Nation, is that no white person was able to have land there. That was a stipulation that the 20 freedmen who met with General Sherman, that was a stipulation they had. That was proof that we didn't want white people any damn where near us. So I don't know much about Ali. But what he didn't see was us wanting white people in theirs. My great grandmother, who lived to be 101, she was raised by her grandparents. Her grandfather was formerly enslaved. He was born in 1839. She said she never wanted to be near white people. What she wanted was just to get her tax dollars to give her and her children what white people was able to give their children. So I don't know. I mean, maybe you hang around Coons. I don't know if I can say that without getting this platform removed, but I don't know where you saw black people, especially after the Civil War, want to be around the same people that were mutilating them, cutting their tongues out, gouging their eyes out, lynching them, cutting babies out of their woman's womb, feeding their children to gators, which happened here in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, especially because they used to sell those damn toys here. Because they used to sell them in South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia the most. I don't know where you would have seen that. Our main mission was to get the hell away from them. That's why the freemen who met with General Sherman made that a stipulation. No white person was going to be allowed to settle or have land in the area. And that's what I want to say, y'all. Thank you for having me on.
All right, definitely.
And then to add to what Cato said, you know, basically, man, our people formed freedmen towns all over this fucking country.
That's right.
Like our brother Noble Drew Ali wanted to kind of like establish some kind of little community or whatever. But a lot of our people had already did that shit. They had freedmen towns all over this country. So some of the remnants of the freedmen towns still exist in places like Houston. I believe in Ohio. You know, all over the country. They just look it up, freedmen towns. So what are these people talking about?
That's right. That's
Freedman's
right.
Village. We just talked about Arlington Cemetery and the Pentagon and the Navy Annex, and all that was built off the Freedman's Village.
So basically, the brother just jumped on with like, and we, you know, we were hoping to get somebody from the MSTA. That was my job back in those days. That was my job, right? To go on there and show that
Logic got a thing he wants you to share too, so just want you to see it. But yeah, you're right. That was your job. That was your job. Lord Abba was always answering the calls when it came down to people challenging the teachings of Noble Drew Ali or whatever the case is. Go ahead, Graham.
You know, man, I'm so glad that I figured. And look, if Tahawka still watching,
he's still watching.
I thank Tahawka because see, Tahawka made me realize that those people are narcissistic sociopaths. So they can take a cultic figure, you follow what I'm saying, that laughs and jokes and ha ha ha. And fucking make bogus raps and shit on his thing. They can take somebody like that serious, calling themselves L and Bay, you know? So that woke me up to really understand that that's not the type of people that I want to be around. I don't want to labor for them. I don't want to lend my expertise or my genius or whatever to them. And to speak to Lord Abba, Naheem, that's basically what he did. Naheem wrote all kinds of papers about Canaanites and Moabites and Moors and Mount Meru and Morocco and this, that, and the other, trying to basically prove Noble Drew Ali's teachings. And 99.9% of those, to show you how fucked up these people really are, that a lot of those people hated Naheem for that. But that's not the point of this show. The point of this show is for Taharka to answer the question. Don't say you want to debate with hundreds of people there and all of that stuff so you can get a part of the proceedings at the door and all that money bullshit, money schemes that y'all got going on. Answer this question. What did our people do? If you don't want to use the term freedmen, what did those people do, those people who were in slavery, do to cause Jim Crowism and segregation?
That's all you got to do.
Right.
And then, dude, not only did the dude say that, Ali, how he framed it, he said that
He said,
that caused basically a problem in the whole fucking world, or something to
that's
that
right.
effect.
He said, their sinful ways of action and their deeds have brought Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harm to human beings on earth. Like,
so this nigga blamed ex-slaves. This nigga blamed ex-slaves, right, for all the fucking problems that was going on across the fucking globe. Y'all think about that. Think about that shit. So, nigga, you can go back, make a funny video of me, make a funny video of BTP. But deep down inside, nigga, deep down inside, you fucking know you can't answer these fucking questions. Because this document made black people, and even if you don't want to use the term black, this document made Moors the fucking enemy. Period. Zero.
That's
and
a fact,
it said
bro.
that we committed an infraction for fighting the fucking Southerners in the Union Army.
Come on, bro. That's what it says. That's his words.
If the prophet ain't right, the temple ain't right. You follow what I'm saying? And y'all know I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna move on. Claude Green, Claude Green, right? And what's that? Claude Green, the brother they killed in Lomax Bay, that the Moors always talk about it, were traded against the prophet. They probably killed that dude, Claude Green, because he found this shit out. And Lomax Bay, let me say this, Lomax Bay, right? They talk about he was a traitor of the prophet, blah, blah, blah. Well, let's talk about who fucking Lomax Bay really is. He was an intellectual man who followed Noble Drew Ali, who probably evolved in this understanding. Because when they killed Claude Green, y'all can look this history up, Lomax Bay basically left the country and went to Turkey and became a phenomenal Islamic scholar. Then left Turkey, went to Egypt, studied Arabic, studied Islam, and he became a fucking tour guide to the pyramids. A Freedman. Became an Arabic and then came back to the United States. And
what was his name? Elijah Muhammad or something like that?
He came back as Izzuddin Muhammad, or Muhammad Izzuddin, right? And he formed an Islamic organization. And that's all that man done, was taught Islam for the rest of his life. So if you think about that, if this man had no more troubles in his lifetime, like he had with the Moorish Science Temple of America, how is Lomax Bay a fucking bad guy when he came back and all he did was become an exemplar? He was teaching Islam basically before Waradin Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's son, was teaching quote unquote classical Islam. So Muhammad Izzuddin was basically a paragon of Islam for Black Americans after he returned from Egypt. So he didn't get in trouble. You never hear no stories about him stealing money. As a matter of fact, the Fahame people or whatever, the Fahame teacher leader was there working with Lomax Bay at one point in time when you study the history. It's in the book called Black Pilgrimage to Islam. Go get it. So this man ain't do no more evil. So why the Moors teaching that this man is some kind of traitor against the prophet when Noble Drew Ali croaked? This man lived several more decades after Noble Drew Ali working to advance the cause of Islam. Something ain't right, y'all.
So we had another stream. That's right. So we had another stream tonight where we put the call out. This was a challenge because we heard rumblings about people going on. They're going to go on their own platforms and preach to their own choirs. It's a sucker move. Because you send any one of us the link and we'll come on. And the only thing we're going to do is simply hold you to the question. That's it. That's it. Hold you to the question. That's it. What did the Moors do, right? If we're going to use the term Moors.
Use Moors.
We use Moors. Between 1865 and 1877 that brought about, wait, hold on. Let me read it verbatim. That brought about Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harm to human beings on earth. Everything. We gotta address that.
Everything.
Again. I'm gonna repeat what I said in the beginning of this live stream. I have my own opinions about Noble Drew Ali and the works that he did, and many of the historical teachings that I personally was able to delve into myself, have them published in actual books that cost like $200 and some change. Like you'll find the name, my pen name, in the Moorish movement, Sheikh L. You'll find my papers cited in books and other academic papers for showing and proving the historical information that Noble Drew Ali brought insofar as Moabites and Canaanites. Whether you agree or disagree with that, I was able to put forth a body of information that was very hard to refute. We never examined this right here until maybe 2 years ago. We were all on the phone. I was at work. Brother Ali brought it up, and it perplexed me. I had no answer. And I don't like not having answers for something that I'm into. I like having answers.
Yeah, you know what? I got to say, you was quiet, you know. You was quiet. You was just listening. So I could feel like the sweat, build it up a little bit. you was giving answers like,
It was tough. I had to. I thought about it. Not just that rest of that whole day. I just thought about it. I tried to think of, and I tried to justify the statement. But as I spoke, I'm like, damn, I would have to show historical references of that. And we never got too much deeper. And plus, I was working at the time. So I probably missed out on a lot of those conversations that were had, right? But now, over the past, I want to say maybe 3 months, we've been talking about it again, which is why y'all have constantly heard me reference that we were going to be doing a critique on Noble Drew Ali. And, like I said, the man has a special place in my heart. So does Malcolm X. So does many of our great leaders that came. But it's time for us to focus on ourselves as freedmen, to form a whole new organization and order centered around the spirit, as my brother Logic said earlier, the ancestral freedom fighting spirit of our freedom ancestry, and create an order centered around that. Make it a non-denominational. I don't care if you're Islamic, Christian, Hebrew Israelite, Jewish, atheist. It doesn't matter. We want to create something that helps us bring order back to our community, back to our freedmen tribe. So, we put the call out in hopes. Let me stress that again. That brothers or sisters, we had a sister named Sheila Seabreeze Bay, that was antagonizing us on Facebook on the video, the last video that
what she said.
Oh yeah, definitely. But we put the call out. We put the call out, and nothing that she said in any of those responses were answers to the question. Not anything that you can touch historically and say, yeah, I found it in this book or found it in that book. It was just based on her mere ideas and her general opinions. But as the lessons say, general opinion is no proof of truth. Go ahead, brother Ali.
I'll make it quick. But one of the things that she said was that our people brought Jim Crow because we wanted to access voting as a opposed to choosing a true form of liberation, and that had we followed Andrew Johnson's lead, we would have been liberated.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what she said. But instead of following Andrew Johnson's lead, we decided we wanted the vote, to be able to vote instead of following Andrew Johnson. This is how crazy these people are. But let me just read something real quick.
All right,
quick.
While you're pulling that, I just gotta stress what you just said. People, I hope y'all heard what Ali Bey said. Let's put her name. Let's make her famous. Sheila Seabreeze Bay. She's been a troll for years against me, a hater. Brother Ali Grimm, all of us. She said,
"There's something real quick, but go ahead. Say it again.
We should have followed Andrew Johnson, y'all. This is the man that reversed Lincoln's orders, reversed them, reversed the 40 acres and the mule, gave the land back to the Confederate former slave owners, who then were given license to terrorize us. She said we should have followed him.
Put in provisional governors.
Provisional governors. Look up the provisional governors of the South. Y'all, come on, man. These people are crazy. Let me pull your screen up, Ali.
And so
this is the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
That's right. And so just to show you that even when it comes to the people who allegedly follow this man, they're making up their own stuff. A lot of these people make up stuff on the fly. It's just kind of like they're just saying a bunch of words and stuff. So this is what Noble Drew Ali said in his piece called Political Slavery, contrary to what she was talking about. Anytime a man or woman fails or refuses, and this is problematic language too, anytime a man or woman fails or refuses to cast a sacred ballot at the polls, they separate themselves from all rights of an American citizen. For surely, this is the one connecting medium for a citizen to his nation. Now, the thing about it is, I don't want to go into it because the language is problematic. Again, it's almost accusatory. It's like you're telling our people that if you fail to vote, or refuse to vote or cast your sacred ballot, you disconnect yourself from your nation, because that's the one connecting medium. So the problem is what he didn't do is he didn't address the fact that our people had to deal with the issue and continue to this day to have to deal with the issue of voter suppression and a lot of the different things that were happening, whether it be poll taxes, whether it be literacy tests, whether it be outright racial terrorism, black men being hung, black men bodies being burnt alive while they were hanging, them being castrated simply for trying to vote. So he never addressed the actual problems and the things that white people were imposing on us. He always put the onus of whatever was going on our people. And that's problematic. Our people weren't refusing or failing to vote. They were doing it, and they were catching hell doing it or trying to do it. And a lot of times they were even being murdered doing it.
Yeah, man, that's a fact, bro. And the bottom line is that they can't get over the fact that this is a victim
Leave that
blaming.
image up. Leave that image up if you could, so the people can see it.
This is a victim blame, and here's where that document is really problematic. To that one and the one that you just read is really problematic to a Moorish worldview, because it causes them to think that if they file a certain paper, they'll be free, quote unquote. If they carry a certain card, they'll be free. You understand what I'm saying? It's almost like they in slavery, because these are the type of documents, right, that free blacks in the South had to carry. If they were free people, they basically had to carry freedom papers. See, all of that sovereign citizen shit, nationality cards and documents that's slave shit. Because see, you need to carry that shit around to say that you a fucking free man. They did that shit in the antebellum South. So But to go back to the problem of what Noble Drew Ali's writing in those articles caused was that it make people who adopt the Moorish ideology think that its nationality is the issue and not race. And this is what Elijah Muhammad, as a possible Moorish American originally, figured out the flaws, and he even wrote about it in the Theology of Time book. Go read it, y'all. He basically made the insinuation that Noble Drew Ali didn't have enough knowledge. And when I was in the Moorish Science Temple, that irritated me. Now, don't get me wrong. Let me say this before Tahaka take a little small fucking little clip and misunderstand the shit. Elijah Muhammad did take a whole lot of doctrine from Noble Drew Ali. He even used Noble Drew Ali's Circle 7 to quotes to stop him going in the draft and things of that nature. You know, that's documented facts now. But what I'm saying is that Elijah Muhammad advanced his agenda because Elijah Muhammad understood that certain things were about race, whereas Moorish Americans believed that if they had their quote-unquote Moorish culture, identity, and their nationality, they would be free from the things that other quote-unquote Black Americans were subjected to. And we see that's wrong. I think Clifford Jackson Bey, who was one of the head sheiks in one of their portions or one of their sects, right? Shit, they ran in his house, I think, running after his son for some, I don't know the whole story, so don't quote me. But whatever they did, the police ran in their house and molested Clifford Jackson Bey. And he's a grand sheik. You see what I'm saying? This happened some years ago, but I mean, the jails are littered with Moors, Moorish Americans. And we're not talking about people who converted in prison. We talk about motherfuckers that was already in the Moorish Science Temple that did shit that they wasn't supposed to beat, that's in jail. You see what I'm saying? The brother Mansa Ball Bey, he was killed in the street like a dog. Moorish American. In fact, Ball Bey family belongs to the original Moorish Science Temple. There's only one temple. That's and that's connected to the 1926 incorporations that Noble Drew Ali and them established in that time. All these other groups is offshoots, splinters, breaks off. There's only one group headed by Jones Bey that could show a lineal collection back to that 1926 incorporation filing.
And what's so ironic is, Grim, we did like 4 breakdowns on that. Each of them was like 5 hours long as well.
Exactly. But the bottom line, man, is that there's no getting around it that Moors think that nationality is the issue. So when a Black man get killed in the street by a cop, that's all you got to do is read the comments, and eventually some hoe-ass Moor will jump on there and say, hey, this wouldn't be happening to you people if y'all proclaim your nationality.
That's right.
So you think that cops out there like, damn, wait, don't pop him yet. He might be a Moor. No, he sees your phenotype. He sees how you look. He sees how you move, you vibrate, your African American or Freedman culture. That's what they target. They don't care about your and matter of fact, not just Freedmen, because I mean shit, they didn't kill what's the Haitian brother name, you know? Or they didn't kill a lot of Black immigrants. Race is the problem, not fucking nationality.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, bros.
Oh.
Tahaka didn't want to come on. Tahaka is no Lord Abba.
No, that's a he's definitely
he's no Lord Abba.
No,
he's like, I'm the man now.
To put him under the wing.
I'm the man now.
I tried to put him up under the wing. You know, he thought he was too big to go up under the wing. So, You know, he a YouTuber now. He talking bad about Michi X and Grandmaster
X for.
Grandmaster J and them.
I like Michi X.
And none of that stuff have to do with the Moorish movement. So, you know, basically, you do these things for clout and for clickbait, so people can come on your channel. You want to be famous. You want donations. Man, you ain't doing nothing. Wasn't he supposed to be building some kind of Moorish village?
Yeah.
Did it happen?
Years ago.
Where the Moorish village at, Tahaka?
Yeah.
That was years ago. I think he quit.
Okay. So the village, no, I'm just saying.
So, man, hey, bro, look, I'm gonna tell you something.
I know people that donated. I know somebody personally that donated $500.
Oh, so you saying the Tahaka? You think he ran away with the money? He was accusing.
I don't know. I ain't gonna say that. I don't know.
I'm just saying. Allegedly, he was accusing Michi X of running away with people's money.
Yeah.
Allegedly, he was saying he was.
I know a sister that personally donated $500. I'm just saying. I don't know what happened to it, but it is what it is.
My whole thing
that's not either here nor there. Can you show and prove the topic? That's all I want.
Nah, that's why he didn't come on.
Yeah, because then he gonna start talking about I work for some Jews in a supermarket. Remember the last time he said Lord Abba works at a Jewish supermarket. I'm like, I do.
No, you know, man, that's their thing, bro. That's their thing. Is character, and I learned that later. You know. I realized that that's their thing, character assassination, man. They're not gonna deal with the facts. So
Cynthia comment is funny. She's funny.
So you know what I'm saying?
I'm about to check it.
Yeah, that's the bottom line, bro. Those people are cult members, and that's the same thing the Scientologists do when people leave Scientology. They try to ruin people's credibility and their character, get people in trouble and things of that nature. And, you know, I mean, you know, like I said, that stuff used to bother me. It don't bother me no more what somebody fucking say. I know who I am. I know what I've done. I mean, the bottom line, bro, answer the fucking question, man.
That's all you got to do. We ain't got to do no more other stuff. You going to get Braswell Bay and Brewington Bay and Jabbar East K-on L and who else, man, is in that camp? The big dude out of Ohio that's always threatening to beat people up.
Your name like Damu or something?
Damu Crenshaw. They gonna go on Blog Talk Radio. Nobody even use Blog Talk Radio no more. They'll go on Blog Talk Radio, talk a whole bunch of nonsense. And so they never gonna be able to answer the question. This is why we put the invite out. We can have a civilized discussion, and we don't mind. I called in to their platform when they had Braswell Bay on, and I questioned him, and he lied right on the spot, caught him right up. So I mean, like I said, you know, this Freedman movement is moving. You know, we got a chance to address the comment that I bounce from movement to movement. I sure do. As soon as I see some funny style stuff, I'm out. Point blank, period. Who gonna stick around and try to justify funny style stuff? Not me. I'm out. So basically what you're saying is, so what them people is slanderous, or so what they not living up to the principles, and so what they're stagnant and not doing anything, absolutely nothing. You should just stick around anyway. And they accuse you of being an agent. Oh, if that's the case, just simply show and prove. I, you know, offered the link for people to come on, pull the paperwork. I'm a Freedman agent, like my brother Michael Jordan in the chat said, man. Shout out to my brother Prime, aka Macaroni Matt.
Yeah, one thing about the agents, the agent is the one who gets you the bag. You know what I'm saying?
They called me an agent. Shit, I wish somebody was paying me some fucking money to fucking to look at how fucked up this shit was. But now I'm doing it for fucking free. Fuck. You know?
Hey,
and you know, bro, like, hey, you know, just run up to Hawker. That's all you gotta do. Run up, man. Just run up, man, and get done up. Either way, man. Any way you want it, man. But the bottom, or any of these Moors, because they talk reckless, but they profess to have these fucking red hats on their head to say that signifies knowledge and all of that kind of stuff, but they cannot answer a simple question. What did the freedmen do to fucking cause Jim Crowism, segregation, and all things that every fucking human being on the planet? God damn, that's fucked up, man.
That's messed up, y'all. Like, I don't yeah, Morris Jedi, the wise man doubts often and changes his mind. The fool is obstinate and doubteth not, and knows all things except his own ignorance. I still remember the lessons. I still remember the teachings, and they still apply. Thank you for that. But that's a messed up statement right there. That is a messed up statement. That's
some anti-Canaanite type shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we Canaanites and Moors. I ain't got no problem with that. But what I'm saying is that document and the teachings associated with that document and the other thing that shit does not represent truth. It doesn't represent what actually happened in the history. It doesn't represent the great progressiveness of the freedmen did. What you say, Naheem? Our people made in one advancements in 1 year more so. How you say that?
That's right. More advances made in 1 year than in 100 years.
In 1 year.
Yeah.
You know? And this dude basically, he, like the other clown, tried to say, read it to him again, Abba, so he can understand. I don't like that kind of shit, because I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm gonna just tell you where you're wrong, give you a pick, but I'm not gonna do that old whole shit. But my thing is this. The bottom line, bro, is that the dude came on and conceded that the freedmen didn't do anything. And then try to go back and say, they didn't want to leave the slave master and this, that, and the other. And Brother Cato came breaking down the sharecropping system and the re-enslavement of our people. You think people wanted that shit?
That's right.
And
that's right.
I mean, even if we engage old boy in his bullshit debate in Atlanta, the thing about it is this: what you go say, you can't make a moral argument, because them people was more moral than this clown is right now.
That's right.
They didn't have no freedmen sisters out there dancing on stage, kissing and all that shit like Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion. That shit wasn't going on amongst freedmen.
That's right. Talk to him, Grim.
They didn't have these cowardless, colorful clowns with these colorful names. They didn't have that amongst freedmen going around causing trouble and stuff amongst our own people, who were basically more solid in character back then than they are now, because of all of the influence of TV and social media and stuff like that. So what can these people have done to cause Jim Crowism and shit that fucked up everybody over the whole world, and using Noble Drew Ali's assertions?
So now,
Canaanite Confederate jogging.
Well, I'm gonna say one more piece and then I'm gonna peace out, because I don't want it to I don't want to make it to the 5-hour mark again. But but I want to just say, when I look at what we broke down in the last 8 hours, right, of content, we are, one thing I respected, even before I knew you personally, Brother Naheem, you always would put a challenge out, like, if you can show and prove that X, Y, Z, right, then I'll give you my word.
That's right.
I will put down whatever I'm doing.
That's right.
And I will convert right over to what you got going on. And I will be
This time it was just us, though, right? It wasn't nobody else that did it, because that would have been a hard sell. Has somebody looked deep enough? And let me say, Josh, and we spoke about this as well. I think me, Grim, I can't remember who was all on the line, but it was also an indictment on, like, the Afrocentric community. I'll shout out Rob Bourne. I can shout out Rob Bourne, right? He don't understand the political dynamics of this argument right now. I'm trying to show him slowly but surely. But the brother does his research. Him and his team, They do their research. So they have a better understanding now than they had when we first was having these debates, even when we was on 125th Street, when it was me, him, and Brother Garfield. Right? So shout out to brother Garfield as well, man.
Yeah, I like Rob on them, man. Keep growing just like we keep growing.
Yeah, I told Rob on Clubhouse the other day. I said, look, Brother Grimm know all that stuff you talking about, that information. My brother Grimm know about just about all of that stuff. I said, I just never memorized half the stuff that he said. So when y'all saying certain names, I can remember that Grimm brought that stuff up to us before. That's why when we came to y'all channel that day, Grimm plugged right in. And then I think one of them said you was like an honorary member of MBK or something like that, if my memory serves me correctly. I think. Word? Don't quote me on that one. Don't quote me on that one. They'll be done made a whole clubhouse. Lord Abba said we made his brother. But I'll say that to say this. There's a thing called the growth. And when you look at the debate that I had with me and Ali, rather, had with Asar Imhotep on Dr. Ma'at's channel, shout out Sister Dr. Ma'at, you'll see that the brother didn't know American history that well, which is why he had to keep referring to, who was it, Stephen Biko or Biko and all, and Nkrumah and all of these, some African scholars, and I've never even heard of before, to be honest with you. And had they known, had they looked at this, had they looked at the teachings, I used to tell them, just look at the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Y'all are going off of some optical stuff. You got Sarah Suit Seti putting Noble Drew Ali face in a crystal ball, creating shock value images and showing Askari mercenaries and Force Republic from the Congo and Ethiopia, saying that these are Moors just because they got feathers on. Although the British and the Belgians are the ones that gave them these uniforms, gave them those feathers. It wasn't passed down. They gave it to them as part of a uniform, as mercenaries or soldiers for either the Belgians or the British. They was calling those people Moors. They didn't look at the history of America. And like Brother Grimm and Ali said,
it's the British because I remember seeing those same things in Kenya.
That's right. So had Sarah Suit Seti, any of them would have taken a deep dive, they probably would have been able to shut me down back in the day. If they would have brought up this conclusive evidence that our people did not cause Jim Crow, who knows where I would be at right now? I would have to have admit, damn, they got me.
Hey, you would have had to convert it. You would have had to sit up underneath them.
I'd have to sit up under them for 6 months, right? That used to be I'll sit up under y'all for 6 months. And
that's what. Well, see, I just want to say my point because then I'm gonna bounce real quick.
Yes, sir.
So my point I was gonna say is, see, if they were people of honor, and we just did 8 hours of content showing and proving, breaking down the Freedman history, and we showed that there was a whole lot wrong with what was shared, and obviously that brother Noble Drew Ali didn't get all his information from the supreme being, all-knowing being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be. He is no way he could say something like that coming from us. I mean, about us, right? So, hey, it's time for y'all to get on board with what we're talking about, what we're pushing for, with our agenda. That's the Freedmen agenda. We're talking about reparations. We're talking about specific policies to benefit our specific group. Those of us that come from the people who fought their way out of the institution of slavery and who are the freedmen. Y'all need to get on board with our push and leave that other stuff that is blaming your family.
That's right.
For their own their own demise. You know what I'm saying? Look, the middle Freedman family is we don't even say freedmen, the middle black family. We don't, if it's freedmen, it probably be way lower. Today is worth around $1,400. You know,
that's right. That's right.
In all the wealth is concentrated in white hands. I think black business is only like less than 2% of all business. White business is damn near all business. Black property ownership is damn near like a small percentage of all property ownership. We want to talk like 1%. Black stock ownership is like 1%. So all of that is because of what we did after Reconstruction. That's the reason why we're at the bottom. No, all that, you got to leave that alone. Come and get with this Freedman fight and fight for our reparations, and just trust what we're saying. We know what we're talking about. Leave that other stuff alone that's been getting people nothing but in jail and being indigent and being confused, running around in circles and talking about stuff that's inconsequential. Come get in and join the reparations fight, because that is the only salvation for our people in this land of America. And with that, I want to say peace.
Peace, bro. Peace.
That's a fact. And see, Josh, the bottom line is that this whole Freedman thing, read
that, Josh.
That's
hey, Don, I gave some people hope, because some people, some of those people that were hopeless Moors, maybe those people that's hopeless with the crazy ideology, maybe they can hear this and they can get some hope. Maybe there's a new fight that actually can get you something, that actually can improve your family. We just had the reparations rally where we were talking about how the federal government, at minimum, we're looking for to close the racial wealth gap between black wealth and white wealth, and at minimum 850,000 on top of everything else. What would that do for the trajectory of your family? So that's what we're talking about. I ain't heard no more talking about we pushing for the government to give us 850,000 on average per Moorish household. I haven't heard them say that one time. I haven't heard them say that they said that Noble Ali said the government owes, but damn, he said that in 100 years ago. What y'all saying today? So that's what we're talking about. You can believe whatever you want. You can follow Circle 7. You can do the lessons, but do politics. Do the politics that's going to bring justice and is going to bring remedy to the damages that our people did not cause on ourselves. And that's what we're talking about. So, all right.
Oh yeah.
Indeed, man. And to follow up with what Josh was saying, like with us in the whole Freedman movement, is that we understand that the Reconstruction period and the things that the Freedmen did and the things that were done against the Freedmen is our first key. They always talking about keys and opening up the lost keys to the hidden wisdom and stuff. For us in America, understanding that period is really the hidden and the missing key that we need to start, because when you make a point of advocating for reparations, if you will, you have to begin at that point. Why? Because you can't just say we're going to sue the United States for slavery, or we advocating for reparations because of slavery. You follow what I'm saying? That's just part of it. But see, the United States government is implicated in this way. We have to start at the 1877 Compromise and the things that was done to the Freedmen Bank and the things that was done to the Freedmen's Bureau to basically prove and hold the federal government responsible for these conditions. I can't hold the federal government responsible only for what happened on Mr. Smith's plantation. I have to show the implementation of policy starting in Reconstruction period against our people. Basically, when Dr. King was fighting his fight, he wasn't just fighting a fight that that stemmed from things just happening to our people in the 60s as far as segregation. See, these things have it, the things that King was fighting for was basically the reestablishment of the promises of citizenship that was guaranteed in the Reconstruction era. So basically, King had to, 100 years later, basically turn around and still fight the shit that they didn't promise the freedmen, thereby holding the federal government responsible.
That's right.
See,
That's
this
right.
is the point. We can't go around and say, oh, they owe us reparations for being slaves. They owe us reparations for being slaves. The government failed in fixing the problem and just stacked problem on problem on problem. Redlining, redistricting, the crack epidemic. They just piled on and piled on, and when we legislate for these things, we have to go point for point to show the treacherous history that the United States committed on his own citizenry. And make no mistake about it, you'll never get these things if you're running around telling people that you are expatriated in the United States or you are free Moorish national. You have to be acknowledge your American citizenship and that you are a citizen of the USA in order to basically hold this country responsible for the things committed against you and your ancestors. And if you deal with it from this perspective, it kills the white guilt argument of, oh, it happened to those things to those people a long time ago. Because the failure of Reconstruction and the failure of basically making the freedmen whole spiraled all of this stuff. And they, like I said before, they just piled it on. So of course, remember when we was on Sister Tamara's show and that guy, we corrected that white professor who was saying, yes, some of the people are do reparations. No, anybody who is descendant of the freedmen or do reparations based upon the fact that we are the descendants of the wrong and that we don't have what we would have today if the wrong had been righted in the civil rights era, Jim Crow era, the post, the pre-Reconstruction era. And that's why I tied in, and that's why we are the United Sons and Daughters of the Free.
Facts.
We're super facts. And then I know I said I was done, but I seen the OG.
You never done. You never done, John.
Post something in that chat. Why you got to come in the chat, man? Why you post that? He posted something about the lost cause. And I was like, damn, man.
The OG.
He's so right. You know, I meant to. This is something I meant to get to earlier, talking about the lost cause. And I seen this article. It was talking about the neo-confederate group includes military officers and politicians. And what we're talking about is the sons of Confederate veterans, right? And it says leaked membership data from the Neo-Confederate Sons of Confederate Veterans organization has revealed that the organization's members includes serving military officers, elected officials, public employees, and a national security expert whose CV boasts of Department of Defense secret security clearance. So you got Confederates at the highest level of government, people who are involved in who could be involved in or passing sensitive data or in positions where, you know, you have it's high level positions in our government. And we just had an insurrection, a neo-Confederate insurrection, January the 6th. You know, you seeing all of this stuff. These people are still in control. And why is it that it takes we already knew this, but it was confirmed via a leaked membership list. So let's go down to where it says the data. It says the national membership data was provided to the Guardian by a self-described hacktivist who's finally they do something good. Like these hacktivists, go ahead and keep on hacking, hacktivists, and do some more good when in terms of finding out who these races are. All right. It says the data reveals the names addresses, telephone numbers, email addresses for almost 59,000 past and present members of the organization, including 91 who use addresses associated with government agencies for their contact email, 74 who use addresses associated with various branches of the armed forces. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. But it just goes, oh, okay, we're going to talk about high profile members right here. One member is listed as Scott Wyatt, who represents the 97th District in Virginia's House of Delegates, which comprises rural counties north of Richmond, which served as the Confederate capital for much of the Civil War. All right, it says Dwayne A.J. Probst, who was elected coroner of Osage County, Missouri, after reaching the rank of lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army National Guard, also is listed as an active member in the group. Yo, if you don't understand Sons of Confederate Veterans, see, this is because we never had a deconfederatization of America. We never had a deconfederatization. This is it's a combination of, never giving us justice, always keeping us at the bottom. So they still have a concept of America where there's a racial hierarchy where we're supposed to be on the bottom. We're supposed to be pushed. The boot is supposed to, and the knee on the neck is supposed to be extended. When they feel more pressure, when they lose jobs and all that, you need to just step down harder on the neck of black folks and squeeze black folks harder. Especially because we don't need them to get up at all. We even need to feel better by feel like we're more supreme. This is also part of like the mentality is furthered by stuff like you see in statues and street names. They changed them. They're trying to change some of that stuff now. But just like the Sons of Confederate Veterans understands that imagery and symbols and stuff and all that stuff is important, we need to understand it too. Now, the one thing they have going for them is they have the whiteness and they got white wealth and all that kind of stuff. We need to get that. But in addition to getting that, we need to get them symbols and all that stuff corrected too. Because like we was live last week. I was showing y'all how they had Confederate graves that stuff was erected and maintained by the United Daughters of the Confederacy. And how these statues and the school books and street names and parks and all this is made with the United Daughters of the Confederacy. And now you see that all these military members and elected officials is active members of the Sons of Confederate Veterans. So that's why you need an organization like the United Sons and Daughters of the Freedmen to counteract these organizations and these groups. So, we're going to be rolling out some programs, but we're looking to have active members of Freedmen, people that's gonna do the reverse work of what these devils have done and are doing right now.
That's right.
And just to show, because I hear somebody and to see somebody, Cynthia dealing with somebody in the chat who talking about, they're a daughter of the Confederacy and all of that stuff. So let me deal with that. See all them pictures and stuff that Josh was showing. These are people, man, with hate filled in their heart. And while all this stuff's going, let me show y'all the difference in the nature between the Freedmen and the Confederates. What happened on January 6th? See, these people are angry, hateful, mean people. So what are they doing? They're buying guns, right? They're buying ammunition. They're learning the science and the skills of combat. So, and I show y'all these pictures all the time. So while what people like Tanya Fowler and her husbands and fathers and things of that nature, they are doing these things to basically learn the science of how to kill. So they talk about Southern pride and Southern heritage like that's something so great, when her great-great-grandfather, right, was raping black women, you understand, get them pregnant, take their own seed, and then sell it. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about the Confederacy in the South and the things that was going on in antebellum slavery. So if you're proud of that, then that's a problem, because it's not just about some cultural thing. It's a subjugation and a control of a whole group of human beings that is a part of your so-called heritage. And they try to explain these things away. So let me say this to Tanya Follow. While your brothers and sisters and stuff like that are learning the science of combat, getting ready for this day in which y'all hope to resurrect the Confederate States of America, you know what our people are doing? Laughing, dancing, having funny things, trying to remain entertained. You know, we may have a criminal element amongst us who may use guns for crime, but your people are practicing one day to resubjugate our people. You follow what I'm saying? What black people doing? Happy shit. Y'all studying the science of killing. So that is your heritage.
That's your legacy.
That's your legacy.
Yeah, it's now what you gonna do about it today?
She said, "Who said I was
today?"
She said, "Who said I was proud?" Wait, she said, "Who said I was proud?" You are projecting. How? How is that a projection? Please explain. She said, "I can't pick my relatives." You're the one in the chat. You know what?
I will say this. So what you can do about it today, you can support organizations like the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, and you can support the movement for reparations, support policy and politicians that are going to be pro reparations. And you know, that's what you can do to support. Other than that, I don't know.
The CNN guy, Anderson Cooper, had slave-owning ancestors. Right?
And guess who else did? Me. I descend from a
but hold on,
victim.
Josh.
Yeah.
But let me make the point real quick, my brother.
My
You know what? Anderson Cooper was like bump his slave-owning ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying? She said she didn't pick her ancestors. Good. But don't take pride in an evil empire. We're not asking you to pick your ancestors. We're saying that you took pride in an evil Confederate Southern heritage. The Constitution of the Confederate States of America basically said in one of its, I don't know which one, they was basically said the trade in Negro slavery shall not be abridged. So people that look like me and the people on this panel and the people that watching, basically y'all are saying that they wanted to keep us in perpetual slavery. So that's your history, that's your legacy, that's your ancestors. You follow what I'm saying? That's what you were part of. So you say you don't deny your ancestors. Nobody asking you to, but you came on here talking about your Southern ancestors. So we telling you that you come from evil, period.
Evil. Don't get me to preaching up in here like Eddie Murphy and Vampire in Brooklyn. Evil is necessary. And you gotta have some necessary evil.
And what I want to say too is about man, Otis, you said it right. I was gonna say, look, right now, what obviously that was generations ago, and what you can do right now is this, you know, reparations is not about guilt, it's about responsibility, right? So as a responsible American today, if you want to feel guilty, if you want to feel some shame, I'm not saying, I believe that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And I think that's like a normal human being may feel some like it's a person that's not overtaken by white supremacy would and should feel some type of way, you know, about what their people did and how people are suffering today, right? But whether you want to do that or not, that's your business. But if you want to be a responsible American, and if you want to do justice and be supporting justice for today's America, to make a better America tomorrow for your children, so your children are not infected with the virus of white supremacy, and you don't pass that down, and then support justice today for us. That's what you do. Other than that, saying, "Oh, my ancestors were slave owners," like what that sounds like to us, it just sounds, when you say that to people, that's like, well, okay, so today you descend from the people that subjugated us, and understanding the compounded disadvantage throughout the generation and the compounded advantage through the generations. You may not see it as advantage, but like if you said, well, I played for 10 years in the NBA and I only averaged 5 points, but then if we look at it like, damn, we were not even allowed in the NBA, and then when we finally got in, we was on the bench, and we got average 1 point a game. But you had the opportunity, we didn't. So that's how I look at it. And so at any rate, whatever the case may be, you need to get on board with supporting a reparations claim. I don't care if your ancestors was Confederates. I don't care if they was liberals, because guess what? It was people in the North that were slaveholders too. That just, and those people, some of those same people that'll be from the North, they'll be like, well, my people, were against, they didn't have slaves, but they profited off of the cotton that was sold. They profited off of the ships or whatever. They profited off of that industry, and I'm not trying to say whether that makes them any better or any worse. What I'm trying to say is that's still no excuse for them to not support our claim for justice today, because them are some of the same people that was down for Jim Crow, segregation, and all of that.
Word. Yep. And the bottom line is, probably, man, somebody got they little shadow channel. I don't know. They talk about the MSTA will step up. You know what I'm saying? Answer the question. Don't bullshit around with it.
We don't want to hear nothing but an answer to the question.
Right.
Start off with the answer. Extend your conversation with the answer. End with the answer.
Use sources, because you're going to have to explain why your Negro hating behind is talking about our people caused Jim Crowism. I mean, the dude was plain in his language. And I know we be joking around, and I be pointing in the camera, and I be saying that the prophet ain't right, the temple ain't right. For those who not familiar with that terminology, that's a lot of what the Moors was saying when they was going through their internal struggles during that time. So a lot of Moors adopted and said, if the prophet not right, the temple not right. And here, like what Josh said, going on 8 hours between the first video and the second video, we basically proved beyond a shadow of a doubt there's no way that the newly freed American citizens, the freedmen, right? There's no way in the world that they could have done anything in 1865 to cause Jim Crowism. You can't say, well, they adhere to the names Negro, coloreds, and blacks. We not taking that argument. We not taking the moral argument. We not taking none of that kind of stuff, right? The bottom line is the fact that we didn't accept no terms of Negroes and coloreds and all of that stuff. That was the nomenclature put upon people who were imported here and sold and used as slaves. They put those terms on us. We didn't accept those terms. They became, and plus, if you say that the nationality is Moorish Americans, how the fuck they gonna know when Noble Drew Ali didn't start teaching and shit till like 1926? And I know y'all question there say 1913, but you can't trace any organizational activity till about 1925 or maybe shortly before that. But the bottom line is this: that document is anti-Freedman propaganda, like Ali was saying, that was used by a lot of Southerners to say why Reconstruction failed when they were the ones that orchestrated his failure. I mean, they ain't gonna step up. They might make a lot of narcissistic, sociopathic slander videos, but they are not going to scholarly address the fact that our people caused Jim Crowism, as they say. And it's like, as Noble Drew Ali said, it's just not true, man. I mean, you can't get around that.
So Tanya Fowler, do you support reparations? Yes or no? I'm just wondering. You can put that in the chat. Let us know whether you support to close, at a minimum, closing the wealth gap between black wealth and white wealth. We're talking about anywhere between 12 to 14 trillion paid through the United States Treasury. It doesn't have to be paid all at once. As a minimum of closing that wealth gap, are you in support of that? If you know, that's what I really want to know. Whether you Confederate daughter or not, it is what it is. You know, like you said, you can't pick your ancestors, but you can pick and choose, you know, your politics today. The Negro problem solver. Yeah.
Yeah, he in there talking about some United States code and all of that kind of stuff. Man, that's irrelevant.
And if the MSTA step up, tell them if they really want to step up, they need to step up and denounce that that statement by Noble Drew Ali. They need to denounce that divine warning.
Oh man, Bismarck died too. Damn, people just still dropping. It's just not stopping. Damn. Shout out.
Cool.
I want to give
Tanya.
Shout out to my hood as well. I had a lot of people that have passed from my hood. Shout out to Hamels Projects, Far Rockaway, Queens, New York. Tanya Fowler said, of course, she supports reparations. Look, we've been on here for going on 4 hours. You know, we proved the point. We beat the horse. We killed the horse. We beat the dead horse. If the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. If the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. So you already know what it is, man. We and I've got a bunch of conversations going on because we should have been off of here an hour ago.
I'm tired, bro.
Josh yawning. So yeah, look, we're gonna get up off of here and family, look, before we get off here, I want to address something that Sister Dawn said about us as the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen already having an established nonprofit and how all of the other entities need to come up under the entity that we have established, right? It's not like other groups where, as I said before, you have to come and worship at the YouTube altar of the brothers that be the power. One of the things that we want to do with the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen specifically is get a 9-person council. Everybody has equal power in that council. The only person in that council that has an edge will be the person that's designated to break a tie within the council, which is why it will be 9. So if there's 4, just like the Supreme Court, if there's 4 on one side and 4 on the other on an issue, the chairman will be the one that looks at the issue, weighs both sides of the argument, and then renders a judgment based on the information presented on if one side should be voted on and if the other side is not right and exact, or if the chairman can't come to a consensus on that. Like, there's a whole structure, being that we have been a part of so many different organizations. We get to bring that experience into one movement. There's no sacred cows. There's no one leader. There's nobody trying to chase any types of bags, to whereas we have to restructure anything, and you can take that as a shot. It is what it is. But if it's what's going on, it's what's going on. A 9-person council from individuals all over the country in the Freedmen, that's in the Freedmen collective already. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you give equal voice to everybody in representation. I don't care if 2 people on the council don't even speak to each other. That part of it doesn't mean anything to me. The council is the council. And that's how you begin the process of learning how to govern among ourselves, so that when we get into the seats of power, we will know how to govern our people accordingly. So Grim, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, and also a voting membership.
That's right. That's right. There will be voting in our organization. 111 Truth Searcher says, so y'all not Moors anymore. I'm a Moor. I'm a Moor. I mean, yeah. The Moors existed before the Moorish Science Temple of America. Like Sister Tanya Fowler said, you can't stop being a Moor. It's a bloodline. I'm not even going to get into my South Carolina story on my mother's side right now. So, I mean,
nobody said that. We never said that we weren't Moors or whatever. In fact, I pointed out on the last show when we talked about this very exact topic that Noble Drew Ali not the first people to teach our people the history of Moors in America. As a matter of fact, there was a man by the name of Robert Benjamin Lewis in 1844 who was teaching about the history of the Moorish Empire in 1844. And he wrote a book that talked more extensive about our Moorish history and the Moorish Empire than Noble Drew Ali did, So, they talked about the thing. I think in the book, Robert Benjamin Lewis talked about the word Negro and what it really meant and all of that kind of stuff. And this was way before Noble Drew Ali was born, talking about the Moors didn't like the use of the word Negro and all. Man, Noble Drew Ali was born in 1886. 1844, Robert Benjamin Lewis. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up more, then I'm going to be done.
Pull it up. Somebody said Lord Abba. Let me pull that up. Lord Abba gave up, and then he said, Lord Abba let the dirty Grand Sheiks win. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not going to sit in a car that's spinning its wheels in the mud. You're going to try to get your car out of that situation. You're not going to sit there, and that's all it's about.
He said you let the dirty Grand Sheiks. Where you was at when the brother needed help?
Yeah, man. That's a fact.
Where you was at?
That's a fact. That's a fact. So, let me see. Okay, so it'll be a branch of the academy. What are y'all starting? I don't understand the question. True Health 27. So you're starting your own branch of history? No, we are continuing our branch of history. Focused on Moorish Spain? No, we're not focused on Moorish Spain at all. We're focusing on our freedmen ancestors right here. The Negro problem solver said, Abba knows me. I was with him. I don't know who you are by this name, the Negro problem solver. Yeah, it's shocking to people, right? You're no longer on Drew Ali. You're no longer with Drew Ali. I still rock with Noble Drew Ali. I still rock with Malcolm. I still rock with, I still rock with all of our great leaders, man. They gave us something to use as stepping stones to elevate ourselves. And
I think one of the other sisters told you too, man, in the chat, man. A lot of these people, man, you don't owe them no explanation, man.
That's true. That's true.
And this man right here is Robert Benjamin Lewis. He was teaching about Moorish history in America to black people in America, man, way before Noble Drew Ali. We talking about 1844. The prophet Drew Ali wasn't even born yet.
That's right.
That's all I got to say about that. Look it up. Robert Benjamin Lewis, man.
Somebody said Abba was a reformer, but he didn't know how to finish. The same brother. I don't even know what that.
Well, that's my whole thing. Where you was at, homie?
You could have finished it for me.
You could have helped the man do it. That's just the that's the bottom line, man. These people you know, like it's like you say, man, you know, everybody looking for a savior, man, instead of being a savior themselves. I'm done though, man. Thank you, Josh, bro, for you.
No, we didn't critique Garvey yet, Gerard. That's coming up. We did Elijah, we did Malcolm, we did Noble Drew Ali. Garvey is next, and we have to critique them. We have to show what our leaders got wrong, so that we do not make the same mistakes and create movements that are stuck in stagnation.
That's right.
If it's not rooted in 100% truth, there's a possibility that it's not going to move further than where it's at. If you look at the Nation of Islam, you'll see that. That's why they had to adopt Scientology and Dianetics from L. Ron Hubbard, who had nothing but disdain and hate for our people. It was a straight up racist. Straight up racist. So True Health said, are you going to analyze what you get wrong? Hopefully, in 50 years after we've established a successful movement, whatever we got wrong, somebody will come along and say, y'all got it wrong, because we might not know it in the moment. So, you know, your antagonizing statements, it doesn't bother us. It's just, this is what it is. Hopefully, 50 years after we're gone, or 100 years after we're gone, the people that come behind us will say, hey, our elders got this wrong right here. So this person is just trolling at this point, but you see nothing wrong with your approach at this point. I have a question for you, True Health. I will not answer any more of your questions until you answer this one. What did the Moors do? Whether you recognize them as Moors, freedmen, Negroes, blacks, coloreds, Ethiopians, whatever, Moorish Americans, between 1865 through 1877, that brought about Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that harms the human families of the planet Earth. Answer that question, and then I'll think about answering another one of yours. Simple as that. Simple as that.
Yeah,
So,
I wanted to just add.
Go ahead, brother.
You know, I wish I could continue with the statement you were just saying about, you know, the importance of critiquing leaders of the past and what they got wrong, so we don't make the same mistakes. You know, when you think about looking at the void that's left from uncorrected teachings and how that's affecting people of those organizations today, and or the culture of those organizations today, you know, you can see like things like with the MSTA, or people that want to call themselves more, that follow Noble Drew Ali, a lot of them is you're stuck having to, you know, explain how you know, there's a culture of blaming us. There's a culture of forcing yourself to basically align with Confederates, you know, and how, like, that wouldn't have to be something that you have to do if that would have just been corrected. If that was corrected, you probably wouldn't have had to seen some of that, you know, people that's all, anytime you're talking to them about how we need to, you know, injustices or things that we're dealing with, they always default to blaming it on us and say what we need to do to fix it, instead of doing politics and demanding that, you know, acknowledging injustices against us, you know, and saying that, hey, this is an American problem that the American government caused. The American government needs to take responsibility and correct it, not us doing for self. In because, you know, really it's delusional. Sometimes people, you say, well, you're delusional if you think you can do this, you think you do that. It's delusional and it's destructive to always try to put the blame on you. Like, eventually you're gonna wear the tread off all your tires. You can't. We're not Hercules. We're not. You know, we're not. Go ahead,
Joe. I'm sorry, Josh.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Somebody literally just tagged me in something, and I gotta pull it up. I gotta pull this up, and I gotta pull this up before we get off of here. Literally, I was just tagged in this. This brother Owen Lord L said, "If you know, then you know why they imprisoned him." So because he wore this fez in a movie from the 1970s, come on. Like literally, I was just tagged in this, man.
So basically, because Bill Cosby wore that, what was that? What was the name of that movie? Something about Saturday Night with Bill Cosby and Sidney Poitier.
Yeah, it was that movie. I can't remember the name of it.
I can't remember the name of it.
Was it Which Way Is Up?
Lord.
Was it Which Way Is Up?
One of the two.
I can't remember which one. Come on, bro.
I know Cynthia probably know. One of the sisters probably know in the group.
Like he wore a fez in a movie.
Paige probably know too, that movie.
In the 1970s. Come on, man. This is what I'm talking about. Let me let people Uptown Saturday Nights. Yo, I was trying to
Uptown Saturday Night. Yeah, I knew Riri was gonna know it. I knew Riri was gonna.
I was trying to rid the movement of that stuff. I was attacked by the people in the movement. For those that say, "Oh Lord, Abba join this movement," because some European, some cracker dude that's down with the ADOS movement by the name of Paul Sowers wrote a couple hit pieces about me, and that was one of the things that he brought up. He used the attacks of my detractors to say that, oh, he joined this movement and that. When I was trying to rid the movement of nonsense like that, I had people inside the movement attacking me. They let that ride. Let me show y'all something. I gotta show y'all this. They let that ride, right? This is what I was doing. Let me show y'all what I was doing. Right? Let me share my screen. I want to show y'all the work that I was putting in for all of those people that make this claim. Lord Abba is COINTELPRO and he's an agent and he goes into movements and he always leaves them. Yeah, if it's BS, I'm out. The wise man doubts often and changes his mind. That's what the Moorish lessons say. This is my paper right here, right? I want you all to peep this. This is my paper. This is me right here in the upper hand, left hand, right hand corner, Sheikh Wayel, so that y'all can see it. The name of my paper is called Moors, Moabites, and Berbers. Are these names and people historically synonymous? Analyzing historical, biblical, and archaeological correlations. I don't know if you can see right here. Let me highlight it. There's a trophy next to it. This paper is in the top 2%. I published this paper in 2017. I'm no academic. I am an autodidact who is self-taught that grew up in the housing projects of Queens, New York. Far Rockaway, Queens, to be exact. Shout out to Far Rockaway. Shout out to Hamels. Period. My paper, out of all of these academics and scholars on this website, is in the top 2% of all papers read. Look at the views next to the paper. 10,834 views of my paper, family. This is so while they was letting stuff slide about Bill Cosby being in a fez from a movie in the 1970s and Taj Tariq Bey getting people like that Sister Corin Gaines killed, talking about warrants of authorities and not appearing to court cases, I was being attacked for writing papers like this, family. Top 2% of all papers read on a site that has tens of thousands of academic papers. I am in the top 2%. My paper, over 10,834 views.
And not to mention citations in other scholarly journals.
Cited. And like, let me, speaking of citations, let me scroll all the way to the, I want people to know this wasn't no piecemeal piece. Man, I thought I could have sworn I had my bibliography numbered. I got it numbered in the book, I think. But this is, I think, 43. 43, if my memory serves me correctly, 43 different references. 43 that span over 2 pages. Y'all let people like Cujo, the guy that gave me my nationality card, I'm calling him out, Harura Nisiel in Temple 19. I call him a dirty Moor that gave me my nationality card. While I was doing work like this, they was shouting out the dirty dudes like Cujo L, who ain't never been a part of the movement, that caused all types of confusion, that was dissing the Moors in the temple. Y'all can't get mad at me. How? This is what I was doing right here. Matter of fact, let me put the link in the chat so y'all can read. My pen game is tight. My pen game is tight. I could talk a little bit about me right now. That's right, Cynthia. I know. Matter of fact, Cynthia, on this one, I used Harvard style in-text citations. I usually use APA or Chicago Manual style for those of you who write, right? Because they got Moors that try to get at me. But they wouldn't even know what APA or Chicago Manual style is, or Harvard style in-text citations is if it slapped them in the face. Yeah, that's why I left the movement, because I was doing stuff like this. Like this. Come on, man. So it is what it is. Grim, you got anything you want to add before we get up out of here, man? wait. Let me wait. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? What we going on? If we go longer, it'll be 5 hours. I think it was, we did 10, and we didn't just talk about people. We cited references, historical points in history. We use logic. You cannot get around this stuff, man. And the bottom line is that article, The Divine Warning of the Nations, is a problematic document for our people, because this is the summary of this, all of this. It basically blames the victims. It's just like, I think Ali made an example. I don't know if he did it on the show, but what Noble Drew Ali did in that article about our people is the same thing as a person blaming a woman who was sexually assaulted, saying, hey, well, you shouldn't have wore a short dress or whatever. You shouldn't have wore this, or you shouldn't have wore that. And I know it's kind of like a crude example, and please forgive me if you offended, but basically it's just like
an excellent example.
It's blaming the victim.
That's right.
And that's what it is. And he said they fought the Southerners. How you get around this stuff, man? It was like he said they fought the Southerners for all these great abuses. Then you have to ask yourself what the freedmen did, or even before they became freedmen, what the slaves did. Then you have to ask yourself what the Southerners were doing. These dudes would knock on your door and come get your wife out your house if they wanted her. But the freedmen is the problem. And he said that we caused all of these problems, basically accusing us of infringing on a civilized world. It's not cherry picking. It's not taken out of context. I meant the dude was saying what he meant plainly, like word for word, Naheem. And we can't get around this stuff. You can't make a biblical argument for this. You can't make a moral argument for it. You can't make a political argument like with that Sister Seabreeze. All of that stuff come back, and it all just like what Ishmael Bey come back. See, this is what Ishmael Bey kind of did was the same thing that brother who came on yesterday they did. They all try when you bring this stuff up, they basically try to prove a black. Well, Ishmael Bey didn't do that so much, but you get where I'm coming from. They all try to point to some type of black confederacy to try to justify why Noble Drew Ali was saying these things in support of a Jim Crow Confederate style government and Confederate style people. So they try to say, oh, the Confederacy was black. But when you look at their constitution, they have things in their constitution against us and against the and for the continuation of chattel slavery and trying to stop it from being infringed. And for the whole war, people say it wasn't fought for that, but they fought a whole war to keep this intact. And Lincoln basically passed the Emancipation Proclamation, and several the so-called radical Republicans basically aided and assisted in destroying this institution called slavery. So that is not an infringement upon the rights of the Confederates, because slavery is no state that any human being at all should ever have been in. And with that, I say, the prophet not right, the temple not right. And those things he said was wrong.
Those things he said was wrong. It's just, we gotta, as I close out, share a message to those who still love and follow Prophet Noble Drew Ali, who are still members of the Moorish movement. You must strike the divine warning, or that portion. At least, I mean, I don't know. I think you got to just do away with the whole document. Noble Drew Ali was wrong on those issues, and we proved it. We proved it. If we didn't, you would have been on here shutting us down. We put the links in the chat. We had Noble Nuth, come on here and talk a whole bunch of nonsense because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about at all. And yeah, those things that he said was wrong. He was wrong about that. Other things, I put a link in the chat. And if you read through that, you're going to be like, okay, well, he was on point about that. Okay, because it's in the historical record. On our plight as freedmen in America, with the history of Reconstruction and the divine warning, Prophet Noble Drew Ali is wrong. There's just no way around it. Zero.
Right. And I don't want to prolong the time, but somebody asked a question in the chat saying, in the Holy Quran, Circle 7, isn't there a sultan in the beginning of it as a pick in gratitude towards the sultan? So I'm assuming he's talking about Abdul Ibn Saud, that picture that's in the Circle 7, you know? Mm-hmm. And I don't want to get too much into it, but that's a really great question, because the bottom line is that you talking about people that look like Naheem and me and all of these people, man. But then you put this guy up in there, and if you was teaching or propagating Islam amongst the descendants of Africa born in America, there was a plethora of black sheiks and sultans all around Africa, like Ahmadou Bamba and things of that nature, that people we could have related to, at least phenotypically, that he could have put in there. But instead, he just grabbed the picture of Abdul Ibn Saud, you know. So I'm not gonna get into it, but that was a powerful question, man, for another time, you know.
Oh yeah. So strike that document, family, because if Sarah Sutanseti and them would have got the same breakdown that we were able to give over these past 2 live streams, the movement would be finished. Bury it. Noble Drew Ali was not right on that. And that's okay. We're humans. We're not perfect. We strive for perfection. That's what our lessons say, right? I still try my best to live by those lessons. So I can say our lessons. I'm just saying. I still strive to live by certain tenets of the 5% teachings or the Nuwapian teachings. One thing I learned as a 5%er that Father Allah said is chew the meat and spit out the bones. And that it's not his saying, but it was something that he was known for saying. So that's exactly what we do. That's exactly what we do. You have to get rid of that portion of the doctrine, in my opinion, and I believe the opinion of my brethren, in order to advance the movement. If it's true what he said, then you will be able to, you should be able to, show via the historical record. And that historical record is going to have to negate everything that we have brought up, because we got the records right here, not just in this book. Hold on. In this book right here as well. Hold on. We got more. And in this book right here as well. Like, we got the books that have the record documented. We have them. We have a collection of these books right here that have the record documented. I'm just saying, what are you going to do in the face of all of this information? And we've read these books. The record is clear. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was wrong on a divine warning, family. It's just as simple as that. If you would like to join us in our push for reparations and greater political power, go to our website, usadof.org. Sign up for our email, on our email list, where you'll be updated. Membership forms will be coming soon. We have some powerful things that we are going to be putting together over the next couple of months. Forget the next couple of years, the next couple of months. So, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. We are striving to get to a place of bringing our people truly out of the darkness of ignorance into that wonderful light. Our next live stream might be tomorrow, well, tonight or Friday night, on the origins of hip hop. We got to talk about that. We have to talk about cultural appropriation and how immigrants have been allowed to basically come over here and usurp our history. Some Jamaican chick went on Charlemagne and start talking about Kool Herc founded hip hop from Brooklyn. That's what she said. Charlemagne gave no pushback. Not the Bronx, Brooklyn. Kool Herc, on several of occasions, has stated that hip hop was not founded by Caribbean nor influenced by Caribbeans. He said this. So, you know, we we're gonna go in on that. We're gonna get back to our regularly scheduled programming, but we had to touch on this topic because it's time to move forward. It's time for all of us to grow. You know, I still love Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I can't say the same for the movement itself. The movement, to me, died a long time ago. It is a relic of itself. It's like the shell of a cicada. I mean, to me, that's what it is. The shell of a cicada, an irritating bug that you hear making a lot of noise in the summertime as it ticks up against a tree or something like that. So, you know, I'll leave you all with the motto of the platform, which is don't just fight the power, become the power. And then and only then will you have the power to make a change. With that, I say peace.